What's right is what's left when everything is wrong. Robin Williams.
Good evening. Tonight is politics night, but pretty much you can talk about anything that you want if you want to. All you have to do is just go to the description box if you see one. If you don't, go to vim.tv, Steam it, or YouTube, and you will see the description box containing the link to the Zoom room, Zoom session, whatever it is, and you can join in. We can talk. You can talk to others. Anyone who wants to participate, you may. There's pretty much nothing I hold back. I just ask that you keep to the conversation. You don't change the subject too much, and you don't go off on too many tangents, because there's other people to take into consideration. Now, the game has changed. So the insiders ruled pitting people against each other, whether it's left versus right, Democrat versus Republican, Green Party versus Libertarian, white versus black, mainstream versus alternative, male versus female, etc. As George Carlin put it, it's a big club, and you ain't in it. When you speak against this paradigm, you become an outcast. They tell people, hey, that fella's dangerous. That fella's outrageous. He's really out there, far out there. You become an outlaw just because you're outlandish. You become out of order. You're an outcast. So now, rather than there being a duopoly ran by a monopoly, there's a triopoly. These outsiders are challenging the insiders and trying to wake people up to what has been going on for far too long. The game has simply changed. And most likely, if you were watching me, you're probably starting to recognize that you are part of this outsider group. Well, while I was handling the technical live stream aspect of Consortium News today, I was chatting quite a bit, and chatting online on the text chat room, the YouTube chat room. Sound is ringing. I don't know what that means. Let me double check. I wonder what it could be. Alright, let me see. I don't know what that means. Oh, it's a little weird. Alright. Alright, how's that? I think that might be better. Is that better? I think that's better. Alright, how's that? Oh no, it's still kind of worse. Am I talking too far close? Yeah, that sounds funny. Give me a second here. That is screwy. Alright, sorry about that. Should be reset now. Let's go. Test. Alright, sorry about that. Should be... Still sounds pretty bad. I think there's been a Windows update. Every time Windows update happens, I get... Yeah, shit. Something funky happens. Okay. Sorry. Let's go. Let's see how that is. If it comes down to it, maybe you guys can just come in and talk to each other, and I don't have to say a word. If it comes down to it, maybe you guys can just come in and talk to each other. That is just weird. Alright. Let me try one other thing here.
Okay, now let's see if that does anything. Sounds like I'm lisping. All right, I think that's better, right? Sounds like. All right, so it was operating system issue. Damn Windows. I'm telling you, if it weren't for all the drivers that I need, I should probably repeat what I said. But heck, you guys are in. I'd rather be talking with you guys, or you guys should be talking to each other. That you have to listen to somebody else in order to chat with each other is just a little ridiculous if you know what I'm talking about. So, in the space that I would love to be a part of is to have people come in and chat with each other. Don't be afraid to let out your opinions. Question each other. Question yourself. Question authority, that's for sure. Question the official story. And if you're not investigating and questioning the official story, why aren't you? Are you just accepting the story of whatever's being provided? Until they release a story saying, oh, yeah, that official story we were telling, it's not really the truth. So here we go. So now then you might say, okay, wait. So they said they were lying before, and now they're saying, okay, it's different. So what makes me believe them this time? Yeah. Now, one thing I want to show you that's pretty interesting is something I saw regarding what someone was telling me yesterday. So here's what happened. There's someone who found me by searching Carrie Mullis, and Carrie Mullis is a Nobel Prize and has a Nobel Prize in chemistry in 1993. You know, I call him a conspiracy theorist. Welcome to the club, Carrie Mullis, and he's stating that the AIDS, like HIV, is not a precursor to AIDS. Now, if you do a Google search of Carrie Mullis and Ebon Kim, where I did an on topic with it, hold on. All right, I need to hide. Okay, it's not in, so good. Hi, 133. What's your name? So I could change your number.
It's Mayor.
All right. What? I'll just put your.
Put me in as mayor.
Yeah, I'll just put that there. All right, nice to have you join in. It's been a while, huh?
Yeah, it has. It has. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
You know, I'm here. I'm still here.
That's good. Before.
Glad to.
Oh, let me just finish this one thing.
Glad to see. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so if you do Google search Carrie Mullis Ebon Kim, I did an on topic with Ebon. We're talking about Dr. Carrie Mullis. Now, if you click on it, it's not the video that it goes to. This is on Google results, and it just pretty much shows you me playing Rainbow Six Siege. I don't know why, but it is what it is. Now, if I go to my videos and I do a search for Carrie, K-A-R-Y, and I go, and you can see that this video I did 11 months ago is there. His name is Jay Frankie, but Google search results is linking my videos to the wrong videos. I just thought that was a funny thing. All right, so that was that. Let's chat. What's on your mind?
Okay, you're talking to me now, right?
Yes. Sorry. I just started something, so I just wanted to finish that thought.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to be on the phone and have you guys on mute. I mean, it's a little bit difficult, but anonymity is a thing I gotta have these days, so... Unlike you brave people.
Why do you feel that way? Is it because of your job? You might lose your job or something to that
effect?
Well,
it's my ex job and where I live in Alabama. It's it's the wild west out here, baby. And it's an interesting thing. I'm really glad to see you back in the mix. I want to say that because we need you. Julian Assange, they all need you. I mean,
I would disagree.
It broke my heart when you were gone. You would because you're humble.
I mean, everyone has something they can contribute, and everyone needs each other. And it's just whether you're up to the task, if anyone's up to the task. And there's been a lot of people out there.
Well, I've yet to come across them. And what you've done and what I saw you do for the past long time is needed, and I'm grateful for it. And, it's just a good thing you're doing, and not a lot of people, like you said, are jumping up to it to do it. Which is sad. I wish they would, because I mean, everybody's got to make a living, unfortunately.
Yeah. Alan Flatten Earth joined us. Do you want to say hello, Alan?
Friend. Hi, how's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
It's been a long time.
Oh,
hey.
Changing your name quite often. Now you've added your first name.
Yeah, I had to create a new account, and it was asking me for a first and last name, so I figured I'd just leave it.
Okay.
Yeah. You're always asking people to join, and usually I'm at home or at work, but now I'm actually on my way home from work, so I thought I'd just say hi. It's good to see you all the time. Just like the other person said, I'm glad you're back. and you don't need anyone to interact with. You just talk and you just flow, and I love it. I love listening to your talk.
Thanks. It is nice to talk with other people though, and just kind of interact. I mean, just the weird synchronicity with a person who viewed my video live yesterday. I would not have known that Google's messing with my videos had he not shown up, you know? So it's just interesting how things just kind of synchronize with each other. I don't know.
Well,
It's
I'll be
interesting.
honest. I mean, normally where I'm at, your channel is always throttled.
Huh.
Always. Like tonight, I'm really surprised that I'm able to get through and actually. I mean, I'm watching it muted, but I'm talking on the phone.
Yeah. That's a little weird. Like I wouldn't get it why it would happen with my channel since it's a small channel. I mean, I could understand if it was someone who had like 25,000, 100,000 subscribers or something.
I don't think you realize just what you look. You're helping the one dude on the planet that's got everybody pissed off and scared.
There's plenty.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's plenty of people who are helping. People who are well known and people who aren't, but still just doing as much as they can with what they have. And I don't think I would be singled out any more than anyone else out there. So it's just a little weird because I don't even focus all my attention on it. I like to help out. I realize that's just the part of the game, I guess, that's being played, and that's a part of the game I like. It's just people need help with stuff. I'll go and help out. I mean, before I had a different mindset, but after a couple of months of just, I guess, soul searching or whatever you want to call it, I realized, okay, maybe it was a mistake for me to do things that way. So here I am again. It's funny. The more we try to run away from what we are wanting or meant to do, we just keep coming back to it. Isn't that funny?
You're like I said over a year ago, you're the guy behind the curtain. I know you're humble, but I mean, I'm watching out for a lot of things. Like I said, we are very lucky to have you helping him. I mean, and I'm nobody. I'm a nobody.
No, you
but
are not. Don't sell yourself short.
Talent.
If you're going to be on here, I don't want you to sell yourself short. Okay? You are not a nobody.
Well, I want to be that though. I mean, I've had my time.
Okay.
I mean, it's just that I want, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I choked up when I read Robin Williams' quote.
Yeah.
That's, he came over to Afghanistan, and we lost somebody very special in him.
I agree.
And for,
it's sad that someone who made so many of us laugh seemed to have had the most quietest and not so great life. I mean, for him to take his own life, as they're saying, I don't know if that might be the case, but still, if he did in reality take his own life and it wasn't some other circumstance, I mean, that is probably the saddest thing that happened for someone who created so much joy and laughter,
I'm telling you, I mean, I've never laughed. I mean, you remember how, when they would do Reveille in the evenings and everybody, if you were out, you had to stop and,
face the flag.
Stand face the flag. He didn't have, when they did that with him, he hit the floor. He was like, holy shit, one's coming. When it's coming over there? I mean, it was the funniest. So, I mean, for him to have touched, and you did that tonight, that just kind of flew me for a loop.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
in a good way.
Yeah, in a good way. I think, I wonder if part of the problem is just the way that things are. And it just gets people a little bit depressed into the state of the entirety, right? But when you break it down, it's we can't really affect everyone. We can affect a few people. I mean, if the more someone tries to affect the lives of everyone else, it's just impossible. I mean, you could try to do it, but it's not with the interaction.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, I can't interact like this and affect the entire planet. I could only affect a few people in, it's time that I want to put in. And it's either having a few close friends very intimately, or a whole bunch of people who might not be friends, but they know who you are. They know what you talk about, but you don't really get to interact with them in that really close connection sense.
I said it out today that, I'm trying to keep humanity alive by talking. I think there's, they're looking down at their phones, and is what I see. And I don't have one of those dumb phones. I refuse. I've never sent a text message. I feel like we're losing our humanity in that sense, and it's really sad. I mean, we're not different. We maybe look different on the outside, but everybody's the same on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
And it's something else.
So how do you feel yourself? How do you regard yourself in the scheme of things? And say, let's just talk about politics and ideology. Do you feel yourself pitted against one specific ideology, or do you feel like you're just kind of on the outside of both paradigms, just like being an outsider of the, or?
I'm an outsider, absolutely. I mean, I've never voted, honey. I'm a 4-time war vet. I've never voted.
Yeah.
I just worked, I just did a job and tried to survive. And, I know this is going to go back. I said today I want to talk to you about this gun issue. I mean, today hopefully didn't offend you at all, but,
oh, no, that's right.
Politics aside, politics is ruining us. And, there's things that need to change it's become a soap opera.
Yeah, it has.
And I've never been this enthralled in politics before in my life, and I hate it. I absolutely hate it, because it's not doing any good. It's not making things better. I don't care. I mean, it's maybe for a few people it is, but for the majority of us, no, not so much.
Yeah.
So, I got a face out here. I live out here in the woods, right?
Mm-hmm.
I live amongst hunters. I realize people want their guns. I realize it. But, you got 4-wheeler quads riding by with the Confederate flag hanging out the back of it. I've made peace with my local hunting club, and, I'm friends with the natives. Just don't shoot my horse kind of deal. But I don't have a gun. I don't want one. I don't want to live that way. And I honestly, Yvonne, it's open carry down here, baby. And we got guys, AR-15s hanging off their back.
Mm-hmm.
At the store and stuff, and it's like, are you kidding me? You know, I feel like I'm in the compound at Kandahar. You know what I'm saying? I was more worried about getting shot with friendly fire there than, I mean, I was dodging RPGs and stuff, but, you know, I was always scared of the friendly fire when they, you know, sat down at the chow hall and their butts hit the ground, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, it makes you on this immediate defensive position for me anyway. It's like, you know, what's making him so worried to where he feels like he's got to walk? And it's normally, I mean, I don't see women. I mean, they might have them in the pocketbooks, but I don't see women, you know, strapping them on their backs. But what, I mean, is it, I don't understand that. So if you could explain that to me, please help me.
Yeah, I would just say they're just testing the freedoms that they have. I mean, it's not like they're going out and shooting anything that passes by. And it's actually more power to them in some ways because, I mean, imagine having to carry around a rifle, which is at least 7 to 8 pounds. You know, the lighter you can make it, the better, but it's going to affect the recoil. So, I mean, it's going to be kind of heavy for them to carry a gun and rifle around. Like, I don't do it because I don't feel the need that there is for it. And not only that, is like, it's heavy and it gets sweaty. If you got a holster or something on, it's gonna be sweaty against your thighs, and you know, it's gonna make you just have to just always be mindful of it. You just, you know, you're more worried about someone probably trying to take your gun than actually using a gun at you. That's just kind of the constant worry if you are open carrying. And I think it's just more of it's kind of like wearing, you know, people wear like the U.S. flag pin on their shirt, or like on their shirt or something, or they'll have those the U.S. or Confederate flags like on their trucks. I mean, it's just a way of showing just kind of what they're about. And I don't see even the Confederate flag as something to be threatened against. I just see it as their expression of freedom, and I think that's a fine thing. I mean, freedom is hard to obtain, and it's when you give it away, you don't get it back very easily or at all without some type of revolution or revolutionary act. And like today, it was actually yesterday because we were also taping part of today's thing with the Consortium News, and like Joe and Elizabeth both have very kind of views similar to you as far as the Second Amendment goes and gun control. And for me, I am 100% okay with that. I think people who support the Second Amendment need to support the First Amendment in the same way, and not resort to threats, not resort to stifling the conversation, because what you're doing is you're showing that, hey, if someone can use the First Amendment to stifle your Second Amendment, you're going to use same tact of, you know, using the Second Amendment to stifle the First. And you're both in, if you're espousing freedom, then you're kind of both in the wrong, right? I mean, it's pretty much as simple as that. And when I was alluding to talking about the person I was chatting in YouTube chat, I was telling him, hey, he was saying I was unprofessional. And that's fine, you can have that opinion, but I have to deal with being given a lot of sensitive information, and a lot of people who are pretty much activists. Their Skype information, their Gmail information, their phone information. I get all of that go through me. I don't reveal any of it because I know that's something that would suck to have someone release. And so there's professionalism in that. But also, I feel as though Consortium News is professional enough to let people have their say. Like, imagine me working at CNN or Fox News and telling them, hey, I make flat earth videos. I like to question the official narrative and official investigations and all this other stuff. They'd probably just fire me. They wouldn't even allow me to work with them. But, you know, that.
Oh, no doubt. No
Yeah.
doubt.
And so for me, I think that's more power to Joe and Elizabeth and Kathy and anyone who works with Consortium News, is that, hey, they'll allow you to say anything you want. I mean, if they allow me to go in their chats, talk about something, to make my own videos pretty much in direct opposition to some of their stances, they're like, I don't care. So, I mean, that's what I like about them, and that's why I think it's important, and I think there's a lot of people out there that are in the same boat, and they don't want to be shut up like they shut up Julian Assange and a whole bunch of other people out there. So it's getting pretty bad. I mean, Chelsea Manning, Julian Assange, just whistleblowing in general. The focus seems to be more on people who are exposing stuff that's corrupt and not necessarily looking into and taking people or organizations into account for their corruption. It's like all the focus is on taking people who expose the corruption down, and I don't like that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's, you know, why this whole thing with Julian Assange is just, you know, that brought me to you guys. I mean, it's wrong. It's absolutely wrong. I mean, and being over there, I mean, I think that's the difference is I've been there. You know, I was there. I know what it was like. I know the fraud, the waste, the abuse, and, you know, it's not good. And we're being fooled in this country. And, you know, I just saw something that I think it was Lee Camp that, you know, the Pentagon's been audited and it's like $21 trillion they can't account for. Mm-hmm. You know, but you say that the military is a socialist program, and oh shit, everybody gets pissed off about that. You know,
yeah.
And it's like, come on, are you kidding me? And I mean, I guess I'm sick of the violence. I'm sick of wars. I've seen it. You know, I'm 51 years old, baby, and I've seen it my whole life, and it's not gotten better. And it seems like with all the stuff that's going wrong in our country, they've got us fighting each other. And that's not good. That's not, I mean, we're punching left and right and down. And that's not where the problem is. You know, we didn't do this. The powers that be did. Our government's done it, and that's where I have a problem. Yes, I will go down for freedom of speech, but I have to be careful. You know, I mean, I'm not from Alabama. I just live here. So it's just a different beast. And as an atheist, that's even harder.
But I mean,
you know,
wouldn't they respect your service?
Listen, I went to my district attorney in 2016, and I introduced myself because I had just the Standing Rock had just happened, right? Mm-hmm. And I'd been back about 2.5 years then, and I'm a cannabis activist also. You know, I don't drink, I don't take pills and all that stuff. So I, you know, was involved with NORML and stuff like that. And I said, well, you know, I need this thing called the Green Flower Media was who put it on. Steve D'Angelo was a part of it and stuff from California. And I bought these CDs and I took them to my district attorney. And because it's a small town in Alabama, and I went there and I said, "This is what I got. Can we do this?" And he goes, "It's against the law." He goes, "But I agree that it shouldn't be illegal." He said, we started a drug court program here, which I did some research on that, and yes, it keeps them out of jail, out of the prisons, but it's still a money maker. It's a revenue maker. And crime is a big business in this country.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they make a lot of revenue off of people. And I went to him, and I think that's the only reason why I said, look, I don't take antidepressants, but I've got 6 friends now that are gone, Ebon. They committed suicide.
Sorry about that.
6 of them.
Mm-hmm.
From the VA.
Yep.
Because of the prescription meds. And it's just, and I said, I'll grow my own and I'll smoke my own. And you're not going to take that from me. And they've never messed with me. So if I could, I never consider myself brave. I might be a little bit crazy for doing that, but I felt like, I am an outsider, but I don't, I'm a pot poster child. I'm not a criminal. I don't, hurt people. I don't, mess with people. I keep to myself because I can't fit in here. I've tried, and everything I try to do altruistically is associated with something that's not doing it for that reason. There's some religious tone to it, or, it's just, I can't do it. I won't do it.
Yeah. I think part of that is just searching for where you do fit in. I think you'll find it one day if that's like the most important thing. It all comes, you know what you need in life, I would say. And when you don't follow through on it, things get tough. Things don't go the way you plan it to, or you want it to, I guess you could say. And so I would just say, what is important to you? Is it your way of life? Is it what makes you happy? Is it what makes you wake up in the morning just to challenge that day and get you motivated? I think it is very tough, because it feels as though, again, the insiders, they're profiting for a lot of things that is and probably should be illegal. At least they should be accountable for all of that, but they don't get tagged on it. They don't receive the repercussions of what they do. Than any of us out here who are on the outside, or not part of that inside group, we get in trouble for it. And I just say, look, you're free, and someone who tries to say you're not allowed to do that, you can always ask, who's telling me I'm not allowed to do it? I think it's a lot of it that I'm looking into right now is just looking into a lot of the Schedule 1 class drugs. Marijuana is still there for it, and a lot of these drugs that are helpful. And what was it within their findings? Whenever Congress voted on it, what data were they looking at, and where was it provided? Was it from certain institutions? Was it from certain universities? Was it just from anecdotal evidence? Was it statistics from public participation?
Oh, it goes back to Anslinger. Look at the weed. What was it called? Weed madness or something. And it's very prejudicial. Reefer madness. That's what it was exactly. Yeah, and it's very racist, and marijuana was a Mexican term. It's really cannabis. And it's think about it. The alcohol industry, the tobacco industry, the pharmacy. It's just they all weed would take care of a lot of things, and and the big corporations would lose money.
Mm-hmm.
But in the religious communities around here, especially, weed is the devil weed. So they do have CBD shops now. I will say that.
Yeah.
I found that it just blew my mind. Yeah, they do have that, but Alabama's going to be the last ones to change anything. I mean, that's why it's so scary. I listened to the new Assange group that's got together. I just got turned on to those guys, and they had some guy running for office, and I guess he's like a libertarian. He goes, we want to get rid of the federal government and just have states' rights. And I thought, oh, hell no, don't do that. Alabama, oh my God, don't do that. We need somebody to say, no, we don't want the divided states anymore. We want united. If it's good one state, it should be good in all of them. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's like living in different countries in our whole. It's just weird. It's just not right. I mean, there's so many black guys in jail down here for that. It's so wrong. It is so wrong.
I'm actually kind of supportive of states wanting to secede from the United States, as long as I mean, each state within the original 13 colonies was supposed to be their own sovereignty and to dictate what they could and couldn't do. But there's a need for being united and having a constitution of sorts, mostly because you don't want one state to be just seceding and then joining forces with, say, France or England or Spain or whatever, and then just challenging the other states. But I mean, I don't think that's what would have happened had they not agreed. But it's I mean, going from 13 colonies to states to 50 in a span of 200 years. I mean, that's just a lot of things to take into account. And then a lot of that was just, how powerful that the federal government had gotten when the original plan was not to have it get so powerful. And then it's like, what happened? And, yeah, I mean,
we need to change the laws. Do you know what fiscal law is?
What is fiscal law?
Like how the government pays itself. I had to take Acquisition 101, right? And our laws say use it or lose it. It's just to spend money, not to save it. And that is the law. So, yeah.
I don't. I mean, it's whatever's legislated is law, but if it's going against just individual rights, I mean, the people within the United States don't have to follow that or dictate that the government has to do that. Government does it on its own, and what's happened, I think, within the United States as far as history is, and some of the things that I question about is why doesn't the United States I mean, let's look at a comparison between the United States as a country and then international banks. International banks live on some land in certain sovereignties, whether it's in like Rome, Italy, Vatican City, England, Sweden, wherever, right? They exist somewhere outside. They don't have. They just print money or say that they got money and they lend out, and people go, okay, this is legitimate form of currency that you have to use. You can't use anyone else's. Countries cannot use their own currency. They have to borrow from us. They have to use from us. And it's in and when you think about it in that context, is they don't have any way to, they don't have resources. Like, they're not selling anything. They're just printing something and saying you have to use this. And then why is it that every country which does have resources, there's people, there's resources from nature and that land which they can trade and barter, and why do countries, especially the United States, resort to, hey, instead of printing our own stuff, why don't we just have the bankers print it for us and we'll just rely on them? It's like these bankers don't have resources other than just printing something called currency. And so I don't understand why countries go ahead and do that. I mean, it's like, hey, like whenever I hear stories in history of the United States where they go, hey, United States is broke, we need money from somewhere, and I'm just going, you guys are your own country. You can have your own bank. You can have your own currency. You have resources that people want because, I'm sorry, money is not going to print itself. And you don't need money. You can have millions of dollars. No one wants to sell you any food or water. You're going to have to go out and find food and water yourself. You just have to make people believe that that money is worth whatever it is. And the thing is, the United States just gave that up. I don't see why, unless it was on purpose to just fall in line with whatever authority was out there, which is kind of perplexing because there's no, I mean, people aren't going to fight for wars with people who have resources where all you have is just a certain type of currency. I mean, a lot of people, even in the history books, wanted to fight for land. Like a lot of soldiers in the past, they may not have gotten a lot of gold or silver or whatever. I mean, they got that from enemy soldiers. But a lot of the promises towards them is, here, you can have this piece of land if you fight. And it's like, okay. Because they know that having that land, they can get whatever that they need. They can provide on their own. They could even use that to make money, you know? So I just don't think we have to follow the rules of a game that was set up without us in consideration. Like all of this stuff, LBRY was we were born into without a choice or a say in the matter. And right now, what a lot of people are waking up to is saying, hey, we didn't have a say in how the society is, how this government governs, and etc. And we're challenging it. And I think that's what we're seeing is just a lot of backlash from the insiders, the establishment, saying, no, we're not going to allow you to. And you know, that's where it begins. How it ends is a different matter all in itself. I mean, you don't like the way things are going and you're challenging that. I think that's good. I mean, if there are things that you do like, LBRY, I say you make sure you keep that. I mean, I think, I just try to quote from my head. It's like Bruce Lee, when he talks about martial arts, he says, you know, study everything that you can. I'm butchering it, but keep what is essential and discard what is not. And so whatever works for you, keep using that until it stops. And then anything that doesn't work for you, well, you don't need it. And everyone should just take that into consideration. Is like all the problems that we're facing, a majority of people will probably, whether it's on one political aisle or another, they'll probably agree. They just don't want to agree with the other side. But under the fundamental argument, a lot of people would agree. And I think it's probably up to you and a lot of others that are in this outside paradigm to really confront people and saying, hey, this is the argument. This is, you have a say in it. And what would you want? How would you like it? And rather than having what the representatives, what people who are in power right now, don't ask them what they want for you. What do you want for yourself, and what do you want for your kids? And don't know the answer, and rather than having someone else just dictate all of that for them. Sorry,
Oh yeah, I definitely, you know, beat my own drum.
Yeah.
I do. So I just, you know, as a country though, I just wish we would come together. And because we're not different. We really aren't. I mean, everybody basically wants the same thing, and it's sad to see. It really is. I mean, I grew up in North Carolina, and I'm really glad my parents aren't around to see what's going on in that state. You know, but we've got some really good puppet masters running the show, and they're pulling the strings, and money makes a lot of things happen. And if you don't have money, you don't have the power. As an individual, I'm very fortunate and very lucky, but you know, I have empathy. But I see like people that I've known that have, you know, accumulated, their empathy it's like we have such a very selfish society right now. And a lot of manipulations going on, and there's not a lot of free thinkers out there. I mean, they're sparse. It's, you know, I'm not a team player anymore. I don't just go along with it. And you know, I just don't like seeing injustice. And it doesn't matter what color you are or what you believe. I don't want any bad thing to happen to anybody, but don't come at it with unaltruistic intentions. And I don't know, I'm really sensitive to, I can see through bullshit really easy, and it's like, wait a minute. Prove it. You know, show me. I like science. You know, I demonstrate it.
Yep.
So, you know, I mean, it's just that video we saw today from that Politics in the Pub, I guess, from Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Where was that guy? Why is that's the first time I've ever seen or heard any of that? Where was this guy?
Mark Davis?
Yeah, I never heard that before. I never knew that Julian held on to that thing for 2 days, and that all those guys put that out before him and blamed it on him. I never had heard that before.
Yeah. I mean, I think that'd be a good question to ask. I mean, I'm gonna have to take a look in that documentary Inside WikiLeaks, because that's where majority of that footage was from, and it'd be interesting to see what was. I mean, I think that's kind of like the strategy that we see a lot from those going against the opposition of the inside. Is the inside will just go ahead and distort whatever it is. It's like if you're going on an interview with CNN or some mainstream news, it's like you're there for an hour and they just edit everything, 5 minutes, and you're like, that just made me sound like an idiot. They edited out so many things, and then you show people
Right.
the other 55 minutes, and they're going, "Oh, bastards! Those CNN people are bastards."
Mm-hmm. Right.
But people don't get to see that.
But I mean,
Yeah, go ahead.
I just felt like, man, that changes everything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so hopefully that's going to be for his benefit. I mean, I'm honestly though, this Attorney General Barr, look, I'm old enough to remember the Iran-Contra affair, and that boy has got a lot of bones. I mean, I don't trust anything that he's even thinking about doing. When he appointed him as, I mean, Jeff Sessions was bad enough, okay?
Was
Trust me, that's little flying ass weasel.
was there ever an attorney general that you thought did a good job in any administration within the last 50 years?
I honestly, besides Bill Barr and him, I couldn't tell you one that I remember. Like I said, I have not been involved with this shit because I see look, I can't explain the situation. I mean, I work for the Corps of Engineers, and in Alabama. So I was up north, and then I got a job down south, and with the Corps, and I got out after then. So I'm now in like a poor area of Alabama.
Mm-hmm. So,
Huntsville was, like the most. That's where NASA and all that stuff is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your buddy.
I think Alan Flat Earth likes NASA too. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Well, it's sad to say that the defense industry and that one space industry is the big time employers in this state, besides car manufacturers. And that's the only reason why they let hemp get legalized here, is because you can make car parts out of hemp. That's the only reason why they did it. It's for the make it, replace plastic.
Mm-hmm.
But to see the depression that still exists, I couldn't figure it out. I was like, why is this still? I mean, this place has not changed since 1964. And look, I've been here 10 years, and it's not changed. The only new thing we've got is and it's right next to a college named after the worst governor, the racist governor they ever had, the new Criminal Justice Institute, where they train the state troopers and your Department of Corrections people,
mm-hmm.
right? And so I mean, there's just this patriotic white man air, I want to say. It's still here. And I don't think people really realize that. And it's suffocating.
Now, is it?
I mean,
yeah. I mean, I think every place has its people who are very supportive of something that they that they've been kind of indoctrinated to support. I mean, a lot of people. I think when I was listening to the Consortium News chat while the interviews were going on, is how some people just don't really talk about the culture that maybe contributes to a lot of the violence out there. I mean, if you look at Hollywood and movies, just the gun culture, the violent culture in that is gets a lot of people enthusiastic about using guns in a certain way where it's really not. I mean, I would say in the 50s and 60s, people who had guns were very down to earth and very responsible about how to use them and when to use them. And then the culture that followed is they see in movies, just fire away, right? Shoot behind the back, etc. And just, the responsibility of those using guns has kind of not been passed down to generations in the same way. And I think, I mean, a lot of that, I mean, people contribute, at least the mainstream insiders are contributing all this gun violence to to violence in video games and all this other stuff. But it's and they're getting a lot of pushback, which is good, because I mean, so many people play so many games. There's so many violent games out there. It's more of an outlet than it is, something that's pent up. And there's millions, if not billions, of people who play video games that are violent, and there aren't billions and billions of people shooting up each other. And so I think that's just the wrong way to look at it. I think it's first and foremost, I always look at the official narrative, official investigation. So in any mass shooting, I want them to investigate it. And when they investigate it, I want to know, all right, so did they follow protocol? What was the procedure for anyone involved, whether it's the authorities, the feds, local authorities, the federal, state, whatever? It's like, did they follow procedure? And if they didn't, why not? And then look into are there conflicting reports? And if there are, then why? If you're investigating the official story after it comes out and you're not allowed to, then why not? And we're seeing a lot of that now. Is like, hey, why can't I investigate this? And they go, no, you're just not allowed to. It's like, why not? Because I mean, we're seeing a lot of, especially in politics and in government, is they're investigating themselves. It's not like a third independent party, or that third independent party is owned by some billionaire that's part of the political corporate system. So you don't really get just people in the public who might want to be involved investigating as their own investigation for it. And then a lot of groups will start asking for requesting information that's not for public consumption, because our government is not transparent at all. So they
That's totally backwards. That's yeah. It's been flipped. We have no privacy anymore, and our government's totally dark.
Yeah.
That's wrong. It should be that's backwards, in my opinion. And
the first thing off the bat, especially in that chat, in Consortium News in the YouTube chat, is like, I just want to look into the official narrative, the official investigation, and if it doesn't add up, then I don't agree or accept that official story. And then right because I said that, they're going, oh, you believe in psyops and false flags. And I go, no, I didn't say that. I'm just looking at the official narrative, the official story. And yes, false flags and psyops have occurred in the past, and it's been known to give me a second. It's been known that the United States government has been involved in false flags and psyops. They've even admitted to it. So that's not out of the realm of possibility. Anyways, let me let this person in. Administrator, give me a second. Hello, administrator. What's your name? Oh, hey. How are you doing? Your name is administrator on the Zoom. It's been a while. You're looking pretty good. You got a new place?
Yeah, you noticed.
Yeah.
New place, new computer, new way to talk on stuff. So hopefully it's not like terrible quality like the other time we talked.
Did you rename your YouTube channel?
Yeah, I don't know what to call it. Can't cross the Antarctic expedition. I'm just trying to get the point across.
Yeah. Welcome to the chat.
Thanks. I didn't mean to interrupt you guys' conversation. I didn't really catch the last couple minutes.
Oh, don't worry about it. All right. So what are your thoughts? Are you involved in following politics and what's going on in government and all this other stuff? I mean, you kind of have to if you want to go and explore. You'll probably have to ask permission. Are you going to ask permission?
Here, yeah. Last I heard, you have to if you go past the 60th parallel, you can only bring like 1 tank of gas worth or something like that if you want to get down to Antarctica. I don't know how you go about permission or anything. You know, I'll wait till I get close to the 100,000 sub mark, which something tells me it's going to be a while. So,
Yeah.
yeah, it's more of a it's a fun experiment. But as far as politics go, you know, I actually I did political science in college, so that was my major. That said, I gave up on it a lot since then because I'm like, me a lot of it. I don't mean to brush everything away with a big swath of my hand, you know, but a lot of it is just sort of money, right? Like money is just sort of at the bottom of all of it. So I kind of it can be a real, obviously huge rabbit hole, and I try not to get too caught up in it.
Do you see yourself as being an outsider to the political system, or do you feel like you're part of like left versus right?
There's zero part of me that's Democrat or Republican. You know, I never touched any of it. I do vote, just barely. That's like just about as much as I can possibly pretend like what I'm doing affects things. You know, I vote, and what I do is I literally I'll take the ballot. You know, like I'll get it in the mail, and I'll look at it and be like, okay, who's not a Democrat and Republican? So I'll just all of them are just gone immediately. They're gone. And so I'm like, okay, what do we have left? And there'll be a little list on each person. Sometimes there is, sometimes there isn't. And I'll go to their list and I'll find all their names and I'll Google them and just look for their websites. And whoever has the nicest looking website, or, you know, or maybe has like some stuff I agree with or whatever, but usually I'll just pick the one with the nicest website because they'll probably get the most votes. So I'm like, I'm just trying to support whatever third party is going to get the most votes. You got my vote, you know? Yeah, that's how I vote.
That's an interesting way of doing things.
Yeah. Actually, I live in Sacramento too. It doesn't really matter, but I live in Sacramento, where the capital of California. And I actually worked for the state capitol. I was a tour guide there for just a hot second here this year. Kind of interesting.
Can you put your YouTube channel link in the YouTube chat? Someone's asking for it.
Yeah. I mean, can't cross Antarctica.
Yeah, I know you changed it before, and I was like, "What did you change it to?" Does it? I think my my subscription carries over, but if you don't upload anything, I can't see it. So.
Yeah, I haven't done a video in like maybe a few months.
There's just so much videos out there now that so many people are doing, and it's great that a lot of these smaller channels are making these things. See a Flat Earth. I don't know if you're still listening. Flat Earth's good. He comes on a lot to a lot of different Flat Earth channels to talk, and he's got some good points, and he likes to look at things critically. And if you give him 2 options and only those 2 options, he'll say no. I choose not any of those options. I will put out another option, and I like that. I think when we limit ourselves, right? So it's not limit ourselves.
Who are you talking about?
Flatten Earth. Flatten Earth. He's just someone who just goes on a lot of different Flat Earth channels to talk about things. And
okay.
Yeah.
I was trying to check out his channel. Yeah. Not sure how to find it. You said Flat.
Hey,
Flatten
Ivan.
Earth. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
During the chat today, we talked about, actually, Deletti brought up what happened in Tasmania. And I watched a documentary. I put the link in the chat, and I watched the documentary, and some guy said it was a false flag. I had never heard that before. But apparently, I mean, what I saw of the guy, I mean, he was pissed off at this one, like, inn owner, the couple. That's where it started. That's where he went to. And just, I mean, he apparently, you know, he had some psychological problems, and he was on medication, and, you know, he was living with some eccentric woman. I have to laugh about that, and she died and left him a lot of money, and his dad apparently tried to buy the inn that he started at, and he lost that deal and committed suicide. His father did.
Mm-hmm.
And he ended up killing those people and burning them and stuff. So I mean, it was for them to say that was a false flag. You had heard that? I mean, I didn't understand that.
Well,
the guy never did explain himself about it, so I don't know if you knew anything about that.
I haven't looked into it. Here's the most important aspect is once you get into this topsy-turvy world of the internet and control the opposition for what reasons I have no idea. Well, I have an idea, but you're going to have one side saying, always trust the official narrative. Why would they lie? And you've got another side saying everything is a psyop, everything is a false flag, everything is fake. But really, all you just have to do your own investigation on it. And if I was gonna give out, I guess a what was that? To help someone out, just kind of helpful advice or something like that is do your own question the official narrative, investigate it, see if it makes sense, if it makes sense to you, and if it does, then the official narrative, it's you can accept it. If you, I mean, just like you look into any scientific theory out there, LBRY, like for example, if someone says, hey, there's a cure for this using this, and you can just repeat the experiment, and if you can repeat it, then it's good, right? And if you can't, well, you're gonna say like, oh, it's bunk, or let's see if anyone else kind of repeats the same thing. And so it's just kind of the same thing. It's like, just because 100 people that you don't know say it's something doesn't necessarily mean it's true. I mean, you have to take their word for it, but if you investigate it yourself, it doesn't matter what those 100 people say. You did your own investigation. You can compare notes, and that's what I like to do. Is I like to do my own investigation. I don't look at anyone else's works, and then when I'm done, I go, okay, who came up with the same conclusion as me? And you look up all the people and see if their conclusion is the same as yours because of the way that you investigated it, the way that you've tested it, And so I think that's probably the most helpful advice I could say about looking into anything, whether it's science, whether it's history, whether it's current news. And it sucks that in this day and age we have to do that because there's just so many people that lie for whatever reason that
Well, sure, that's why I was just asking you, and I see in the chat that Bryant was a vicious nut and he hadn't studied in years. Yeah, that's the conclusion that I came from, is that he was pretty sick kid. So yeah, I just wanted I didn't know if you had studied and stuff, but to go back to, I do want to ask you, so you're okay with people having military grade weapons, civilians walking around?
I guess so. I mean, I haven't really.
Hey, anything the government can have, we can have too. How's that?
Yeah, I feel that same way. I mean,
they shouldn't have it, and neither should we. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, I look.
I didn't hear what he said.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying, if they can have it, then we should have it, or else neither of us should have it, right? Like maybe the less guns, the better.
I'm having a hard time hearing him. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Can you hear me okay, Mom?
I can hear you fine.
I don't know.
Are you still there?
Try one more time. I'll mute myself.
I was just saying. Let me know if you can hear me. You're all muting yourself. I was just saying, if they could have it, if the military, anything the military can have, we should be able to have. That said, the military shouldn't really have a lot of the things that they do have, and neither should we. They shouldn't exist at all.
Wow.
So I look. The
That's
majority. I mean, I like that stance. It's a good argument for example, the people who joined the military are anywhere from 18 to 22 years old. That's usually the starting point. There's some people that are younger than that. and then they get into military service and they have military grade weapons. Do you trust a person in the military who's 18 years old holding like a say M16 or something, AK-47, than maybe someone who's had an assault rifle for 20 years and is like 40 years old and has just a lot of experience with it and hasn't killed anyone? I mean, I would probably say I would trust the citizen that's had it for 20 years, hasn't done anything with it, than someone who's 18 and just got that weapon because he's in the military and is authorized to use it. Or the police, for that matter. Should police have military grade weapons? I mean,
no, they should not.
So
why do you put the military?
That's what I'm saying. They're war weapons. They're weapons of war, and I just feel like we're turning our system. No, they're not. No, they're not. I mean, I live in a hunting community.
Other than hunting,
and I live peacefully. Knock on wood.
Obviously, all of them are warring weapons, I suppose. But if you're saying that kind of the whole idea of the Second Amendment, right, is to have a militia, which is for warring purposes. And so if we're supposed to be able to wage war on the government, then we should probably have all of the same access to weapons that they do.
And that was one argument that was used in the Supreme Court case.
You're never going to have as much weapons as the government does, big guy. I can tell you that right now.
That's a fact.
I mean,
but still, we should be able
that's
to.
That's delusional.
I mean, when people here's another thing where people argue against, and this is one of Joe Loria's points, is that if we're going to go against the government, the military, and the police, we're going to lose because there's no way we're going to beat them. Here's the thing. Do you think people who are in the military, these kids especially, who are going to be on the front lines, that they're going to want to shoot and kill their own countrymen, their own citizens? I don't think so. I mean, they're going to come and take over towns by towns, and are none of them going to question, hey, why are we doing this? Aren't we supposed to protect the citizens of our country? I thought we were supposed to. I mean, for example, if you were in the military, back in the military when you were, and you were issued orders to take over a town and use deadly force if necessary, would you?
No.
Yeah,
I didn't.
I don't think. I think that's going to be the case, and but you won't get into that confrontation unless there's a reason for it, and one of the reasons for it is to take away people's freedoms, and one of that is take away people's guns by force. Then it's like, all right, so is the military and the people in the military actually going to go ahead and kill people in order to act out those orders, or are they going to refuse to do so? And then you're going to see a lot of them probably refuse to do so, and then they're probably going to be tried for treason, right? And then you're going to see a lot more people backing them up as saying, and here's the thing, a lot of the citizens will be going against the military, but they're going to be supporting the people who are not wanting to fight and follow orders, and they're going to be the ones protecting them from the government, from treason. So it's going to be a helter-skelter mess.
I'll say this: I've never advocated to take anybody's guns away. I've never said that, and I never will. However, I do think we do need to stop selling automatic weapons and multi-round magazines.
To the military,
there's got to be. Look, it's much. Say again?
To the military as well, or just stop selling them to citizens?
Because the U.S. manufactures a lot of weapons to outside countries, military grade weapons. So should we also stop doing that? I would agree.
I would agree. Yeah, I think there's enough on the planet already. I'm tired of killing. I'm just tired of killing. And there's a lot of people around the world that feel that way. And the reputation that we have right now is that we are a nation of war. I mean, we don't have a Department of Defense anymore. We are offensive. And that's not a good look. I don't want to be in that position. I don't want my country to stand for that. You know, we're about
who do you think
freedom, but
controls our
you know,
country?
we're going to make you have democracy. I mean, that's not how it's supposed to work.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Who do you think runs our country?
I'm sorry, I can't.
Who do you think-
I don't know why it's so hard to hear.
Who do you think runs our country?
Money.
Who's controlling the money though? I mean, like how big of a group of people, or is it just sort of like just money?
About a handful of people.
Okay.
Davos.
Excuse me.
The cabal or whatever.
It's not just our.
So-
Yeah, I mean it's a global network of very rich people.
So if we don't control
and that's what.
if we don't control our own country, then we should really get all the weapons from the entire military, right? The best we can. The military shouldn't have any of the weapons. They're controlled by them, and ideally.
You know, I'm so sorry. I don't know what it is. Can you talk slower?
yeah,
I'm
no
so
problem.
sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just saying that, like, you know, if we aren't in control of our own government and our own military, then we shouldn't have any guns going to the military at all. Hopefully, ideally, we wouldn't have any of them having anything. Our government, our military, and all of the best weapons possible should be going, if anywhere, should be going to the citizens of our country, so that we can take our country back.
Oh, honey, look, there are people in Colorado right now and a couple other places that they can do it. They can telework right now and operate a drone. Okay, I mean, it's not just, you know, guns. We have weapons that they don't even have to be there to fire them and to kill indiscriminately. And I don't know how to put this. I mean, it's just like, it's almost like we create. Have you ever served in the military?
No, I avoided it.
So I have 4 times war veteran here. So, I mean, I'm not just, you know, I was M16 expert marksman, but I hated it. Absolutely hated it. And I can tell you that I got more done as a civilian because what I thought we were supposed to do, I spent most of my time overseas in Muslim countries. And I mean, I lived on the economies, and I got more done with a smile and won more hearts and minds, Ebon. Did you ever get told that? That's what our mission, our so-called mission was, is to win hearts and minds.
Yeah, I've heard that too, and I think that's a good strategy.
And I just, there's nothing that comes good if you're always on the defensive. I mean, you can't approach with a weapon and expect. I mean, you're intimidating. I mean, that's intimidation. I mean, it's not healthy. It's not. I mean, it's just like an abusive spouse syndrome. I mean, and like you said, I mean, it's just like, it's all in our culture. It's in our movies. What is our culture anyway? We shop, we eat out, and go hunting. I mean, I don't even know. I mean, I'm not a city dweller or whatever. I don't know what people do in the cities, but I mean, we don't even have a culture. I mean, unlike European countries and stuff. I mean, that is our culture. And that's pretty sad. So I just wish that, the younger generations, and honestly, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but they're having a hard time right now. I mean, they've had to change all the physical requirements for the Air Force and the Army because they're having a hard time getting physically fit recruits.
Yeah.
I mean,
when I was in naval training, they had to relax a lot of the restrictions for people's like weight and all of that stuff. So that was back in 2000 or 19. That was before 2000, and they were doing that.
Yeah.
They were doing that over 20 years ago, and so I can't.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how much more lax it got just to get people in. And again, yeah, you're right. The majority of the fighting is going to be remote. I mean, there's not going to be many times where you're actually just going in on the ground. I mean, you don't need to. A lot of the stuff that's where people are, there's troops down is to set up established bases. But now we've already have established bases. I mean, you're a Corps of Engineers, you kind of know that. And then just set up to protect the technical military intelligence structure, I guess you could say. I mean, that's where they set up their headquarters, their bases, have people stationed in them. Most of them are manning intelligence, like just looking at people, looking at broadcasts.
Force protection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, a lot of the military fighting these days is done through manipulation and just observation, not necessarily through force. But if there is force,
I mean, it's a sad thing.
Yeah, I mean, if there is force,
and who our allies are right now, I mean, it just blows me away. I mean, we're supporting two of the worst, humanitarian crisis in Yemen and in Gaza.
Yeah, you mean the Israel government and Saudi Arabia? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, well, Israel and Saudi Arabia. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's like, I don't want to be part of the bully club. And it's all about resources and, I mean, controlling.
What do you think? How do you feel about the influence of Israel on our country?
It's horrible.
Do you think they have
it's absolutely horrible.
You're kind of low with your volume.
Oh, my bad.
For me, Yvonne?
I was talking about Antarctic.
I think Israel, I think that's totally wrong. Absolutely, totally wrong.
Because it feels like to me, like when we're talking about, especially the Gaza Strip and everything. Let me know, Yvonne, if you can't hear me or if you guys can't hear me now. It's a little lower. Man, that sucks. I'm using my thing too. How about now? That's cool. So
that's good.
Okay, go ahead. I'm still messing around with this new little device. Yeah, I wonder about the influence of Israel in our country and how much they really control. Because I mean, and I'd like to hear your opinion on it too, just to hear another thought on the matter, because it seems like it's rather heavy. Like there's like a lot of influence. Obviously, the story goes that that the Jewish culture and the rich Jews, right? Let's say it that way. Rich Jewish people, they own the most major, all the media outlets and Hollywood. And then they've worked their way, and they're rich, right? A lot of them are very, very wealthy, so they've worked their way into the government, of course. And then that's why the military, the theory is that that's why the military is over in our military, the biggest military in the world is over in the Middle East, and they're like the Gaza Strip, and of course the war between Israel and Palestine. So it seems like I'm always trying to dig to the bottom of things, and this is obviously a very touchy subject. Very, can be controversial, and you can really kind of, smear some mud on your face talking about it. And one of the very few topics that really is, difficult to talk about. But it does seem that a lot of the wars and a lot of the happenings that are going on they all link back to Israel. They say all roads lead to Rome, but it seems like Israel seems to be more the case. And there's this. I don't know if you've heard of the book called Clash of the Civilizations, but that's an older book about like 15, or it's older, like maybe 20 years old or so. I could be wrong there, but it was a very famous article that came out, and that talked about how the future of war was going to be between Christianity and Muslim, right? And the Muslims. Islam. And so, that again though ties right back into Israel, doesn't it? Because they're the only other group out there that has any sort of dog in the race. Because in India, they don't, Hinduism doesn't really have an impact on all this, right? That's just sort of more or less pagan, and I'm talking kind of broad stroke here, but in China, it's basically atheist, or they don't really care one way or the other, more or less, and really think about it. So the only really religious war, which is, I'd say, more influential than even money. If there's anything that's more influential than money alone, and they can be related as well, but that would be religion. So I don't know. Kind of saying that, I want to hear your guys' thoughts.
Before you go on, what are your thoughts about Muslim countries that the United States and Israel don't really retaliate against? Most notably, a lot of Southeast Asian countries like Indonesia, which has usually a 100% Muslim population.
They don't have any resources we want.
I'll take that argument. that sounds pretty accurate. They're also not.
I mean, think about that, guys. Really, I mean, what I've just been told too is that Saudi Arabia and Israel are working together. I mean, think of.
Oh yeah.
It's all about resources. I mean, we've Blackwater, that oil that we have so much, everybody wants it, everybody needs it. They say, and they're gonna run till the drop's gone, the last drop's gone, and we've got a Secretary of State right now, Mr. Pompeo, that is a raging Christian guy. And I mean, down here in the South, it is just bring on the rapture, bring it on. We hate those Muslims, and they say a worse than that. And it's like, my God's better than your God. I mean, it's just to keep everybody at odds. And the rich and powerful ones up there, I don't know who they are. I mean, I've got suspicions, but they're playing us. They're playing us. I mean, how could we let millions of people babies, are starving right now in Yemen. I mean, and there's nothing on the news about it. No, they never talk about it. Never. So. And it's like, but that's our ally that's letting that happen, and it's geographical. It's very strategic, and I mean, same things happen in Israel. I mean, the Golan Heights, Genie Energy. I mean, my gosh, the guy Bill Richardson, if I'm not mistaken, is sitting on that board. Now, he's been implicated in the Epstein situation. So it's just like these rich, unempathetic scumbags that, I mean, it's just we have got some really, truly nefarious people that are the scum of the earth running things. And we're allowing it to happen.
I mean, is there anything that we could do? It's tough because how I feel, I mean, is that like, where's this line between like, I don't know what your beliefs are on religious matters, but it's because it seems like good versus evil type of a situation, right? Like everybody's in their heart, everyone's pretty much trying to be good or trying to be evil. Not that we're all executing on it great, but we're all trying to be either good or evil. And then so you kind of link that, you put that on top of the whole the realistic money and power and military strategies, and they seem to link more. The more I think about it, the more they kind of overlay.
I'm a humanist. I believe in humans. We got a little bit of time on this planet. And I've tried to make peace everywhere I go. I've tried to make my little difference everywhere that I've ever gone. And I've been around the world. Gotta throw that in there.
It's not. Get out of here.
But, we're one race, and that's the human race.
Yeah.
I mean, everywhere I've gone, everybody has treated me. I've treated them with respect, and I got respect in return. And I didn't come at them with a gun. I came at them with a smile and a genuineness that I wanted to learn and wanted to embrace I had the most wonderful experience in Thailand.
Mm-hmm.
It's just this.
So
I lived 4 years in Turkey, so in the town of Adana. And I turned them on to Kenny G.
Yeah. We're seeing an influx of Turkish migrants working in the tech sector in the United States. So I worked with 4 of them that started as interns for this one company, and we talked about religion and their religion. And I'm always asking questions whether what they think of the state of the world as far as like extremists in religion and the Muslims and stuff like that. And they go, in the Muslim religion, it doesn't matter if you do everything right by God, but if you kill someone, you can't get into whatever they call their heaven without being without the consent of the person that you murdered or you killed. So if you kill someone, that person that you killed can prevent you from going into their grace with in heaven, or whatever you want to say. And I think, and as far as like my experiences with ayahuasca, it's the same thing. I mean, it doesn't have to go so far as just killing someone, but there are certain aspects where you hurt someone, not just physically, but just emotionally, mentally, whatever, and it was done in the wrong way. You will know that, and your peace of mind is not going to get you to where you want to go in a conscious sense.
You got to seek forgiveness, right? You got to get forgiveness from that person to yourself, or from within yourself about that person. Either way, it kind of centers on that forgiveness aspect.
Mm-hmm. Wow, we're hitting everything tonight.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we really are. It's just sad, to see it come to what it is now. I mean, Erdogan in Turkey now, he's, and what's really sad is that I feel like, especially down here in the South, if you're not Christian down here, you're an outcast. And that's what Turkey's turned into now. Erdogan, Ataturk, it was more like a Syria. Syria was secular. There was Jews, there was Christians, there was Muslims, and they all, Damascus used to be, this hub for, it didn't matter. It was just, as long as you treated people well, it was okay. But, now Turkey, they're having some pushback from it now because they see, but you look what they're going with Russia now. It just, to see it coming full circle, it's like, oh my, what are we doing? Something's wrong. My God, and your God, we're never going to have peace as long as religions exist. And they don't want people getting along because war's not, peace isn't as profitable as war.
Yeah. It's a lot of the systems in place are to relegate your authority to someone else, whether that's in government, whether that's in religion, whether that's in whatever it is. It's to deny your own importance and authority to someone else and let them dictate it for you. And I think we need to just get rid of that paradigm, whether you could call it religion, you could call it just pretty much any system of control. That's what I would call it.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I get what
Well,
you're
we
saying
do have. Yeah.
with that. Sorry, I get what you're saying with that, you know, and everything. Like, you're giving away your choice, or giving away your belief system instead of just being within yourself. Because as soon as you get that outside of yourself, then all of a sudden that thing outside of you could tell you to do something that you don't believe is actually true and right within the goodness of your heart and within your own understanding of what's right and wrong and everything. And that makes sense. That said, I don't agree with it. Because I think about, like, I'm not a staunch, but I'm staunch about believing in the Lord, right? I do believe that. But I
Do you believe in slavery?
yes, I believe this money is pretty much the enforcer arm of slavery.
No, what she's asking, I think, is, do you believe that slavery is authorized by God?
No, of course not.
Well, it's in your Bible.
Well, it depends on which Bible, Myramir. It could be
right. I mean, honestly, all I'm saying is, and I know that we could get into Old Testament and dig through all the terrible things that we don't agree with and everything with that. And I'm not saying that I totally believe in everything in the Old Testament and such and such. If anything, I would say that because my belief in God and the Lord and everything is not sat on the Bible. I'm trying to read the Bible and I'm trying to understand it. I do research it a lot and everything. And you could make a quick argument to say that the New Testament gets rid of or replaces or improves upon the Old Testament's teachings. So you could make an argument there, which is where I would lean to, I guess. The point that I was kind of trying to get across, though, is that is actually about stories, and the belief in stories and how they're actually really maybe more powerful than we give it credit. The belief in a story. And it's kind of like you could relate that to the book The Secret, right? Or the movie or the book, whatever, The Secret, right? If you say something and you believe it and you repeat it and everything, then all of a sudden it becomes reality. And, obviously I'm not like all about that or anything, but there's something to that for sure. And it could be more powerful than even I give it credit for. And when you take that single aspect there, right, the belief in a story and how that creates a reality, then you have to start to look at, well, okay, where's our group reality going, and where did it come from, and where's it going, I guess. And that's when you start to say, okay, well, how many extremely influential books are there out there telling a story of our civilization? And there's really only one major, or not. I want to say I'm being a little bit, like, maybe oversweeping here, but the Bible is one of the biggest stories out there and most believed. And so that to dismiss it because I think that it's not, you shouldn't probably dismiss it because of the fact that belief in that story by billions of people that alone, without the influence of it actually being real and having the Lord and actually making it happen, without even that, just to have that many people believing in a story might actually produce results, is really all I'm saying.
like when we landed on the moon and we're gonna explore space type of belief.
Right. I mean, that many people believed all that, right? Like, there's a lot of people that believe that, and now all of a sudden that's like almost a reality, right? Like, even though it's not true, it's somehow it's become basically a reality. But unfortunately, without having that backing of truth, it's not going to last, because but there's something to be said there, I guess, with just like the religion of it.
Anybody got any proof for anything that you just said? I mean, that's the thing. Everyone knows my background.
Mm-hmm.
I've lost him.
Do you think you're gonna ever go into space, Myramir?
Oh hell, I'm not gonna live that long, baby.
How when do you think people like me, or maybe even my kids, when do you think they'll be able to go into space?
30 years maybe.
2049.
I even talk about space, Evan, right? Do you think you'll ever go across Antarctica? Do you think you'll ever fly across, take an airplane across Antarctica? It's just a continent on our planet here.
I had friends that worked down there.
do you think that you yourself will ever fly airplane across, or any other mode of transportation across that continent?
No.
Me either. I think it's impossible, which is why I think it's
What about going around the world, circumnavigating the Earth through the North Pole and the South Pole, and that way rather than east and west?
Well, I've been as far as up to, is it Gouda Bay, Newfoundland? I've been up that as far as that.
I mean, I've flown across the North Pole more or less by, like, you know, missing it by a few hundred or maybe 1,000 miles or whatever, but not that far off.
Yeah, I've been up there and it was cold. Yeah, we kind of slid in on that airstrip.
I mean,
yeah, if you've ever heard of the Marshall Islands,
there's an atoll named Ebon.
I mean, yeah. Well, that's Emon Beach. It was not Ebon Beach, but Emon Beach was the name of that there. But I mean, look, I wish I could take y'all there and just prove it to you. Say, look, yes, it is. We got satellites, and we've been looking around, and we can see just everything. And yes, we've done this, and I have worked for SpaceX, and yes, we do this, and I've done telemetry and recorded it. But y'all don't want to believe that. So I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, I
want to believe. That's my favorite line, Meyer Miar. I want to believe. I want to go to space. Sign me up. I don't care how dangerous it is. One-way trip to Mars once my kids are grown up, or my wife is.
NASA. I mean, they're just not going to let a civilian do it. You got to put in the work for it. You know.
I'll put in the work. Send me up there. They need. If it's a dangerous mission where it's 99% chance you're not gonna come back, I'll do it. But they're not gonna let. They're not even gonna let me in that conversation, Meyer Miar. You have to be in. Again, you have to be on the inside. You're gonna have to somehow work your way up there. You know, I'll have to make like a Joe Rogan like confession of like, hey, show me what's up there, and I swear to blah blah blah, like on his mother and stuff. That I'll even lie to my mother. That's what Joe Rogan said, and you know he's an insider, and you know maybe I had to have like 5 million subscribers and views on every video, and then they'll let me in on the secret or something, and then still you probably won't see me going up there. You will probably, and the ones who are going to go up there in space are going to be the wealthy. They're going to be the billionaire, millionaire class, and they probably are going to be. They'll film whatever it is, or they'll just show whatever it is. They're not going to. I mean, if there's a system where it's so corrupt, where they can just withhold any money that you have or your items willy-nilly, because I mean, no one's gonna. I mean, if you're told to tell a lie in order to keep all your wealth, I think people are gonna do it because they've got a lot to lose. But say that to you, me, or Antarctic, or anyone else that's listening, we don't have a lot to lose. We don't have a lot. So it doesn't work the same way to us, you know? Like, it'd be different if we were millionaires, and if we were millionaires, we probably wouldn't even be doing this. And if we were doing this, they'd probably say, hey, you want to keep your millions? You better shut up about this stuff.
Yeah,
well,
it seems like it's nonsense to us. Like everything, I feel like everything you can argue away. Pretty much everything that you say to us, we can argue away. Everything we say to you, it can be argued. You can argue it away. You know, I really think that like the only thing is to, you know, seeing is believing or whatever, right? And like the best thing that we have, the best one thing we have is looking and seeing something far away, right? That we shouldn't be able to see if we're on a globe. But we can see it, so it's like, okay, that's clearly not the case. Therefore flats, you know, and that's not even that itself is not a foolproof, right? It's pretty close, I feel like, but it's still, you know, you could say that, oh, it's so far away and it's little there, and maybe the image somehow pops over the horizon by looking through water refraction. There you go. And so, okay, you know, it doesn't sound right to me, but okay, you know, and that's why my channel is called right now it's called Can't Cross Antarctica because it's impossible. Like, it's that's the one thing that we have, that the one hope that I have for this whole like flat Earth thing is really the Antarctica, because we say that it's impossible to cross. You cannot go across Antarctica, and that's just a continent on the globe, right? And so it's like that should be something that's actually provable. And with I think that potentially with the advent of these drones that you were talking about, if some of these high quality drones can actually trickle down to us lowly citizens down here, we could actually throw a camera on the top of one of those, right? And if it actually has the range in the future here, when we have one of these that has the range, we can launch one of those from Argentina, shoot that thing down, try to go across Antarctica, which is impossible. We'll go find the wall or whatever's out there, the firmament or whatever it may be, and we'll come back with some proof proving that Antarctica is not the shape that it is. That's the only hope we have for actual realistic big change in the world coming from the citizens, that is.
Well, yeah. That could be tough, I think.
I got nothing on that. I got nothing. I got the flat Earth stuff, Evan. I'm out. I gotta go. I can't argue it.
Sure.
I don't want to. I'm not gonna.
So, like for me, Mayor Miar, the reason I take to flat Earth is do you believe in mainstream media when they tell you something?
No.
All right,
absolutely not.
When they
I
tell you
question
that
everything.
When they tell you the Earth is a globe, and then their one major proof of evidence that it is a globe is things on the horizon disappear from bottom up, and don't disappear all at once, where it would. That's what would happen if the Earth was flat. Now, if you go watch a documentary,
when did flat Earth start? When did this start?
It started off since time began.
Oh, come on. No, it really...
No. When did...
Hold on. Let me get this straight. It started since time began. In around 500 BC, a lot of Greek philosophers, a few Greek philophers stated that the Earth was round.
No, I'm talking about this
I know. I'm leading
phenomenon.
up to it. I'm leading up to
it.
I'm leading up to you, Myra. So... since that time, and especially since the 1600s, we've been told that the Earth was proven to be a globe, and then it was proven to be a globe 500 BC. But the latest resurgence that the Earth is flat has been around since probably the 1950s and 60s, with a few individuals stating that a lot of the stuff that NASA's pushing out isn't correct. It's flat. And then, of course, during that time, NASA went to the moon, and thus a lot of people have been decidedly in favor of, hey, they went to the moon, so obviously it has to be round because they're showing a picture of a globe Earth. And then once the internet came about, there's been the Flat Earth Society. I think they've been around, and a lot of flat earthers regard them as controlled opposition, and I think they've been around since 2004. I don't know exactly when they started up. And of course, everyone in the Flat Earth community, except for the Flat Earth Society, will consider them as controlled opposition. A lot of the major flat Earth stuff, aside from the Flat Earth Society, that's made a big push, like what you're seeing nowadays, has been maybe 6 or 7 years ago. A lot of people have woken up since then and pushing a lot of stuff, a few individuals.
I never heard of it until I heard it from you, and that's when I just was like, what?
Yeah. And I'll show you exactly. I show you everyone exactly how I came to be a flat earther, and it's just watching this documentary.
Right. So, and I respect you for that. That's your belief. You want to believe
that? No, it's not
a
belief. It's something I could show you. Myra Miar, do you want to see it?
Well,
I mean, it's either you want to see it or you don't, and you want to keep to your belief system.
I respect you and what you do as a computer scientist.
Yes, Mayor Mayor, I just want to show you something and see if I've
done an extremely good job of what you're doing for Julian Assange.
Yeah.
I respect you for being a respectable father
Mhm.
and a good role model for your children. And just don't give up the fight for your freedom of speech.
All right.
But I
let me
just
tell you
prefer
really
not
quick.
to
Let
do
me
the
give
flat
you
Earth. So if we're going to start talking about flat Earth stuff,
No, I'm
I
talking
got
about.
I got it.
I'm
Let me
talking
tell you-
about
let me tell
Glober.
you- let me chime in just 2 seconds. Let me get 10 seconds here. The what brought it back in here? Like you're like, when did it start? The answer is Eric Dubé. There's a video he put out. It's called 200 Proofs. That's when it all came. That was only like 6 years ago or whatever. That's what started it. It's still a great video.
And he's doubling something from what someone wrote back in like 1880s, where it was 100 proofs that the Earth was flat.
That's what.
So I'm supposed to deny my friends that work down there as scientists for core samples. They didn't go down there and work.
No, they can.
No,
Of
it's
course,
fine.
it exists. Antarctica exists. People work down there and everything. That's not the problem. It's not a question.
So my thing is, Maramir, is I'm looking at the globe Earth. I'm not looking at flat Earth. I'm looking at globe Earth. Again, I'm looking at the official narrative that's provided, that's been given, and I'm taking a critical look into it. And so I watch a documentary, and you know who Stephen Hawking is, right? He's probably one of the most brilliant, regarded scientists and mathematicians, right?
Sure.
So there's a show called PBS that's Genius by Stephen Hawking. There's only been one season. It's in the last episode, episode 7, and they have a scientific experiment where they have a helicopter going down over the horizon, over the water. Now, when they do that, when they film that, there's 3 birds that are flying horizontally across the water from left to right. And now when they film the helicopter rising over behind this body of water, you see the same 3 birds flying in the same formation, left to right, and I capture stills of it. And you could do this all yourself, watch it. And for me, the biggest factor was, okay, why would they fake it? If it's so easy to prove, why do they need to edit the video footage? And if you trust in my abilities to work with live streaming and editing and all this other stuff, and I worked in the tech sector as a can't even remember what I used to do, and that was over a year ago.
Quality
assurance engineer. That's right. So, if you, just able to catch just a second of it, and you're just, what do you think, Marmy? Why would they edit that?
It's Hollywood, baby. I mean, look, there are bad seeds in everything, and everybody wants their 15 minutes of fame. So, I can only speak from my personal experience. And like I said, I've seen the pictures, I've seen the video, I've been a part of it. I can't convince you. I can't prove it to you. I can just tell you. But it's a first-hand experience with it. So it seems to me like who was the guy that I talked with you the last time? That's when the last time we talked, really.
He's just some guy who likes to troll people. So remember, I didn't tell you.
So, and that guy, he was pretty insulting, I think. And I read some of the comments after that video, and it was like, wow. And it's got that religious undertone to it, right? It's flat Earth because it's special because God put us here.
He wasn't a flat earther,
right?
The guy that you're mentioning, he wasn't a flat earther. He was a glober.
What?
The guy that you're talking about, that was rude. He wasn't a flat earther. He was a globe earther. He argues about flat Earth to me too. He could just be regarded as a troll.
No. The guy that was on video. The guy. He's got his own channel. The one guy. Yeah. Yeah. He was the guy. Was a flat Earth guy that we. Yeah.
Nathan Oakley. Is that who you're talking about?
I don't remember his name. I don't remember the guy's name.
Okay. Him and Quantum Eraser.
He's about my age. But like I said, it's got that religious undertone to it, that we're special, you know, that God created this planet for us, and it's like, but I can't do it. I mean, and that's
maybe because you're looking at God in one specific focusing frame. Maybe you could look at God in different tones.
That's
it's
what
not
I'm
even
quoting
necessarily
from that guy.
God. I mean, you could look at things within different religious contexts, like the Hindus, the Vedic Hinduism. You could look at things in
pretty
Buddhism,
sure this guy was a
Taoism.
Christian guy. I'm pretty sure this guy was a Christian.
Oh yeah, I think you're probably talking about
There's definitely a religious undertone to all of it, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like, and there's two things I kind of wanted to address there, like quickly. You know, is that there's the religious part of it is, of course, that like in the Bible it says the firmament, right? So it's like, oh, if the firmament is like this dome and everything, then like there's that, and also if the Earth is indeed flat, as it turns out here, then there could be a dome on the end of it, which would prove God, right? So like the whole space thing with all these evil people running the world, well, maybe they're evil and they're promoting this globe thing to hide God, right? That's sort of one whole opinion of it. So that's kind of part of the religious of it. And like the other thing I kind of wanted to address with you is like this whole like thing where you see when you talk to flat earthers and they come off as rude. It's because they get a lot of heat. Right? Like we get a lot of heat. Whenever I talk to somebody about like eventually once I've established a rapport with somebody and we've connected on a different level and they see that I'm a normal guy and a good guy and stuff, then I kind of leak out this thing about flat earth. And then I get heat for it from everybody around me. Is like starts questioning me, laughing at me, right? Oh, you get this all around the world. You do everyone believe this? Like that kind of thing. So you get a lot of heat. So people end up becoming kind of more defensive than they realize, and kind of like negative and stuff. So that's just sort of part of it. And you really have to, like, as somebody who believes in flat earth myself, I really have to be very, very tactful and like walk carefully and watch what I say. It's not an easy thing, you know. It's not something I'm just like trying to get attention or anything like that. But
and when I talk about flat Earth and the globe Earth, there's no proof that can be provided either way. The only thing I could prove is someone lying. So if I can prove someone lying and their agenda is one way or another, that's all I have to provide. Because I can't prove it for myself, and I'm not going to believe anyone who's saying something, and when they can't prove it to me, where I can't go and prove it for myself. I mean, if I have to take a scientist's word for it that I can't reproduce and no one else is reproducing, I can't verify that their experiment was correct, and it's going to have the same conclusion if I ran it or if someone else ran it. And that's not science if you can't reproduce the experiment and get the same results. So all I can do is look, listen, and pay attention and see if people are lying. And a lie is easy to spot. And so that's all I have to do. It's like, hey, these people are lying. Why do I need to believe anything that they have to say? And if they're lying about the Earth is a globe, well, that's too bad. I guess Earth ain't a globe. And because why else would they lie about it? And go from there. I mean, mainstream media, you've already gone through that process, Myra Miar. Government, can you trust the government at all times? No, they have reasons to lie. Can you trust bankers when they say something? No, not necessarily. They have a stake in the game. Can you trust mainstream media? No, you can't, because they're kind of part of the system. Well, then there's all these other factors out there where they want you to trust, like religion. Are you going to trust anyone with the head of an organized religion where they're millionaires and they have their own private jets and stuff like that, when they're preaching one thing and doing the exact opposite of what they preach? You're not going to, you see those lies. So it's the same factor. I mean, I'm not going to believe a preacher when he talks about religion where I see them acting exact opposite of what they're preaching. It's the same thing with mainstream media and science. When they if I catch them in a lie, I'm not going to believe what they're selling. So That's all I can
Right.
say.
So
to
you do
anybody.
believe in the separation of church and state, that the government shouldn't be in our religions and the religions shouldn't be in our
Yeah,
government,
that's
right?
First Amendment. Yeah.
Okay, so you do realize what's going on right now in our court systems and in our administration. And that scares me more than anything. I mean, look, we're no better than Wahhabism when it comes to that. I mean, thank goodness there are atheists out there that are fighting that, because they're the only ones that are fighting it.
And I think
you know,
if they want to teach, and I think religious studies is important, as long as they teach all the religions that are out there. Same thing with creationism. If they want to teach creationism, they want to teach evolution and spontaneous Big Bang theory. I think any other types of whatever you want to call it, was it ontological primitive?
you can't prove creationism,
Yeah, you
baby.
can't. But that's the
can't prove
thing.
it.
That's also one of the things that has to be touted. You know, if you want to take it in as
We're not
scientific.
teaching critical thinking is my thing, and that's what scares me for the future. So, that being said, I'm just glad that there's people that do have integrity, because, you know, integrity and honor, that's what's more important to me right now than anything. And there seems to be a very big lack of that around.
Yeah.
So, you know, I appreciate you, and I'm, like I said, baby, I'm old. I got to go to bed.
Okay.
So,
You're not that old.
oh, hi, Brian. I'm sorry I didn't get to see
Eric.
you. I just saw you pop in. You're a night crawler, man.
Yes,
So nice to see you. But yeah, I
I'm also
appreciate
a
you
night
talking,
owl.
and I'm glad that we got. What?
I'm also a night owl.
Yes, yes, you are. Yes, you are. So yeah, I gotta bolt. I'm
Okay.
tired.
All right.
But
Have a
thank
great
you for
night and a wonderful
talking,
day.
and
Yeah.
nice meeting you guys.
Thanks.
And thanks again for supporting Julian. I mean, I'm so glad you're back in it, ma'am. I really am. So.
Pleasure meeting you. Pleasure talking with you.
Yeah. Thanks for stopping by.
You too, darling.
And thank
Just
you for all the
keep
support.
questioning. Don't stop questioning. Yeah.
What we got to do.
That's it, baby. Y'all stay strong, and thanks for everything that you do.
You too. Thank you.
Okay. Ciao now.
Bye.
Bye. Have a great weekend.
You too.
You too.
How's it going, Eric?
I'm doing pretty good. Publishing videos on BitChute as usual, but I'm gonna go and publish them later on YouTube.
Okay.
Yes, BitChute gets the priority on videos. YouTube gets the secondary.
Yeah. So I take it you're left and right as far as the political spectrum, or maybe you're an insider.
I look at both sides and I don't like it, and I see myself as a complete fucking outsider because I just don't give a shit for two sides.
You're such an outcast. You're really out there.
Ooh. I mean, it's like they want people to vote. It's like, I mean, this time I'm gonna go and sit this one out.
Yeah.
Like I made up my mind. It's like even if I go and write in somebody that, you know, it's like, yep, the fix is in. I just do see it that way.
I'm gonna write your name in for president, Eric. When I go to the ballot. Why not make it? Why not have fun with it? You know, I would rather have you as president than anyone else, Eric. I'm serious.
I would be like, hey, fuck you, deep state. Stop being a terrorist.
Yeah, you got no compunctions as to following stupid ass authority, I guess.
Yeah, I would be like, hey, fuck you. Don't take our guns. I'd be like, you want to go and lecture for the gun control? Yeah, you're taking money from the NRA, you fucking opportunist. Fuck off.
Oh, go ahead, Anarchy.
Oh, no, I was just putting bunny ears on Eric. Nice to meet you, man. My name's Brian, by the way.
Hi, I'm Eric.
Hey, nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you, Brian.
I put some bunny ears on your head there on the YouTube screen.
Cool.
What was that show? What was that show that had all the squares of people back when, like 30 years ago? Come on. It was like, dude, and it all looked right and left and up and down and stuff.
Brady Bunch.
There you go, Brady Bunch.
Oh, that was that show. But they had like a reality game show too.
Oh, really?
Hollywood Squares.
Hollywood Squares. There you go, Eric.
Well, we should call it Holly Weird Squares.
Yeah.
Because, you know, they're a bunch of fucking weirdos in Hollywood anyway. And plus, they want to go and lecture and pontificate about a bunch of garbage and nonsense. And they want us to listen to their political enlightenments because they think they know everything about politics, but they really don't. They just, you know, read a script and lecture from it.
Yeah.
That's how Hollywood really is. They sure know how to read that goddamn script. And that's why I say, fuck Hollywood, and especially what they're doing.
And if you want to look at the Hollywood script, well, maybe not Hollywood, but the music industry script, Mariah Carey is kind of touting Hillary Clinton as being close to her. And now we're recently seeing Taylor Swift, you know, getting involved and saying, yeah, Hillary Clinton is like my beau, but, you know, I didn't want to interfere with the election in 2016, so now I'm letting it all out.
You mean the girls that have writers for them to write songs about their vaginas? You mean Mariah Carey and Taylor Swift? Because I like to make fun of you know, including musicians. They're public figures.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sing songs about my vagina and talk about how Hillary Clinton's great.
You gotta show your poster. It's definitely I sent him a poster, and it's one of the best posters I've seen.
How about my computer?
Oh, okay, don't worry about it. It just people know.
Did a video on it.
Yeah,
it's on BitChute.
Yeah.
Exclusively on BitChute. People, listen to me, people. Sign up for BitChute. It's useful and it's good. And please subscribe to me on BitChute if you don't have if you're looking for subscribers, someone to subscribe to, and you're looking for other your favorite people on YouTube. They, you know, more than likely they have BitChutes as well. Please, you know, subscribe to them as well. And Ebon Kim has a BitChute as well. So,
thanks.
Do you have a BitChute as well, Brian?
No, I don't. I don't even. Right now, I'm googling what it is. So, I mean, I've heard of it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not totally out of it, but it's just like YouTube, huh?
No. So
it's an alternative.
Yeah, right. BitChute. What they do is they cache from different sources. YouTube is one of them. So anytime you upload a video or you live stream, BitChute will seed from that if people are sharing it within BitChute or watching it within BitChute, or they have an internet crawler that looks for videos, and they'll go ahead and if it's enough people are watching it, they'll upload it to their platform. Cool. So it's a good way to just kind of keep your videos just out there, where it's like for example, Google can easily take down all your videos, so it's no longer available. Best thing to do is go to as many different platforms as possible and upload them, just like when you see in my description box. I've got LBRY, I got Steemit, I've got DLive. A lot of these alternative streaming platforms, though, they don't keep your videos going. LBRY will keep it on their blockchain. BitChute will keep it around. You could do it where automatically when you upload a video that BitChute on YouTube, that BitChute will go ahead and upload it as well and keep it on your channel. So you don't have to do anything if you don't want to. It'll handle everything for you. And it's based off of BitChute is slightly different because it's based off of torrents. It's kind of like a torrent system where as long as people are watching it, and it's automatically uploading to their system. So it's like the more people who are uploading and downloading a certain thing, the more priority goes to uploading and downloading.
That's cool.
Yeah,
I was just looking at this guy Bob in the comments here. He's talking about like the all trans football league, and like, dude, you guys are aware of this whole like trans movement, the narrative that they're kind of pushing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they're using transgender movement for political opportunism. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if people, you know what? Here's one thing I have no problem. You know what? It's like I don't like it when it's politicized, but with me, I have no problem with the trannies as long as get like if you're really fully 100% committed and you go and do stuff, and if you truly want to be a man or a woman or something like that, just not out of peer pressure or anything like that. And it's like, to me, I'm all cool with it, but I don't like how it's like politicized or pandered and propagandized, because the shit I've been seeing, it's fucking insane.
Dude, you know what? Like there's a lot that I could talk about with it that they're pushing, but just something that I saw recently. I watched this, it was this show, and I'll pull it up and I'll get the name of it, but there was a show that I just watched that was being promoted on,
and it's like who was it? The person in Canada that the whole waxing of balls thing, that was like, that's insane. I was like, and it's clearly a fucking dude who dresses up like a chick. I mean, I don't even believe that he, like, he's a she. It's a he. Like
there was
that
just
to me.
There was a show that just came up, and I literally was watching it, trying to figure out who was not transgender. Like everybody was, and it was just a random show on. It was a space type of show. It was all based in space and stuff, and literally everybody was transgender. It was crazy. I couldn't figure it out. I was like, I have no idea who is not a guy and who is a guy. I was like, I have no idea.
I mean, I know actually someone personally that transgendered. He went out there. I think for me, yeah, it gets to a certain point whether or not they allow a child to make the decision to transgender. I think that's it's not up to me. I think it's the parent. It's a tough one, but
it's another topic that's hard to talk about.
But yeah, he has a wife. I used to play D&D with him and his kids. The kids are nice. He's nice. His wife's nice, and if I still lived in Somerville, Massachusetts, I could probably talk to her about it. It's and her wife. How that happens. I don't know. It's just so many questions about that. But like for me, it doesn't affect me.
Right.
But it's your body, your life. You can do what you want.
I think we all feel that way. It's just sort of like, and I do too. My brother's gay. I don't know. It's somewhere along there, and I live close to San Francisco, so I'm there like a decent amount, I guess. So it's not like I have any problem with anything like that, of course. But it's just
same here.
Objectively, like why it's sort of like why are they pushing this narrative, and it seems to be getting stronger, and honestly, like I don't know if you guys have looked into like the past presidents, but I know it's kind of funny, but the more I look into it, man, like almost like when you look at the presidents and their wives, and you're like, who's more masculine and who's more feminine, man. Like every one of them, you're like, man, that president was feminine, he was feminine, his wife very masculine. That could be a guy. And you look at them in their older age, you're like, man, the women, it really comes out. You're like, oh, that I don't know if that's a woman, like, because it's harder to hide them in later age.
Yeah.
It's worth looking at.
What am I?
Your thoughts on Obama and Michelle Obama?
I mean, that's obvious.
You mean Michael?
He's super feminine, man. That guy's always like, oh yeah, and his skinny face, his skinny figure, and his obviously, Michelle is a pretty staunch, pretty buff looking chick, dude. So
I think she wears it. I'm still on that belief that she still wears a strap on to plow her husband.
I think she's got one built in.
Like
a strap on?
No, just a penis, Oh,
I don't believe that though, but here's one thing, I like to speculate upon it. I like to call it a strap on though, because I still don't believe it, because there's actually no legitimate hard evidence of a penis, but I still like to call it a strap-on. And plus, I like to satirize upon it and, also reveal stuff that the, Obama administration did. Like, because you gotta make it you gotta make it into a joke. It's like, I know people are not gonna believe, but like, I'm one of those people. I need hard evidence if it's true or not. But to me, still in my mind, I still think it's a strap-on.
You need to use the Crocodile Dundee method. And I know you probably never watched Crocodile Dundee, Eric, but you should. Go check it out.
What's the Crocodile Dundee method?
It was you get your hand and you feel it.
Oh God, no.
Watch Crocodile Dundee. It's a great movie from the 80s, Eric. You'll enjoy it.
Okay. But like with me, I still don't believe it because like to me, I think I have always thought Obama was a beta male, and I've always thought Michelle Obama was an alpha female in the relationship. So and that's why she plowed him with a strap-on to make him look like a beta male.
You should take a look at all the presidents, man. Take a look at there's videos on it. Like do a little research, like do a little light research, dude, and like just look at it.
It's the most ridiculous conspiracy theory out there, but it's the most entertaining one. It's the most entertaining one.
Because here's one thing: people are, throwing their hats into, that. It's like, okay, I'm gonna throw my hat into it and say it's a big black plastic strap on.
Like
I just might as well just say it.
They have it where all the actors in Hollywood and actresses, they're all transgendered. So the males are females, females are males, and I think it's hilarious. I don't think there's any merit to it at all. But the one with Obama and Michelle, sorry. That one is suspicious. It is suspicious.
It is suspicious.
I really think that there might be more to it, dude. The more that at first it was funny. It's still funny and it'll always be funny, but like, man, when I look back through history at all of them, I'm just like, every time, why are they all feminine, and like, why are all their wives masculine? And then the older age pictures, and I'm just like, uh-oh. And then you think about I think about things in a bit of a religious context sometimes, and I'm like, if they're not for creation, right? They're for death and that kind of thing. And then they would be doing it as something that would not produce life, right? Which should be a transgender thing. Everything would be backwards to the way it should be, right? Which is if guy becomes a girl becomes a guy, in the crude sense of it and whatever. But that's sort of it could end up being like a real thing,
Yeah. What's interesting is a BBC production called Blue Planet 2. I think it's the first episode. They have a fish that they start as female and they turn into males. They have this little metamorphosis period where they become males. Can't prove it. You just have to take BBC's word on it in documentary. But I just thought that was pretty interesting that they just put that out there in the scheme of all these other narratives that are being pushed.
Yep. A lot of transgender. If you guys haven't looked at the videos on that stuff, you should look at it because it's pretty crazy. I was the same way you guys were, like, oh, stupid, whatever, but I'll look at it to laugh at it. And I looked at it, I was like, oh, I'm actually kind of actually looks like it might be true. Like, it's kind
of with me, I like to satirize upon it because it's like with me, I want to see 100% evidence. Like it's like, when people make that claim, I want to see real evidence, not like speculative evidence, because like with me, if it's going to be like speculative evidence, like I'm going to add satirical shit into it. Like, like, oh, what if it could be actually a big strap on? And, I was like, oh my God, then like Obama's taking in big, wide gaping plastic. Not real hard meat, but big plastic.
Just picture it in your mind, Eric. Just them having sex.
But like with me, I just like to make fun of it, and I love satirizing, especially when it comes down to that, because that was like one of the funniest jokes that Joan Rivers has like said. Obama's gay and Michelle Obama's a tranny. I miss Joan Rivers so much.
What cracks me up, I don't like to think of it, but I just have that thought. You know how the presidents have particular way of speech. You know, their speech pattern, their talking patterns when they're giving a speech. Like Obama would give a speech, and you know, like the way he talks. One of the things, yeah. He does the. What we have to realize is that that's how he talks. I wonder if he's having sex with Michelle. Sorry. If he talks the same way. I really like the way he moves. You know?
I really like the way Michelle pounds me with a strap on.
I mean, if they have like a regular way of talking, or if they just resort to if the regular way of talking is the way that they talk to the public. Like, does Bill Clinton really talk like that to like Hillary? I don't think he has sex with Hillary anymore, or ever.
No, she.
Oh, Eric. He's got no filters. Eric, the no filter.
I'll say anything.
I know.
Free speech.
Yeah.
I'm protected under the First Amendment. Even if I say something ludicrous, I would add in Minecraft afterwards.
All right, I am forever banning you, Eric, for.
Ooh, scary, big scary bannings. Ooh.
Oh my goodness. What was it? Yeah, I mean, but I think, and then George W. Bush, he has that cackle. Oh man, he was an entertaining president. I hated that guy, but he was so stupid. They cracked me up.
It looks like he was trying to convince everyone that he was retarded.
Or he's trying not to be.
I say it that way, but it's true.
Yeah.
They could install like a retarded person. I was like, why would they pick this retard?
Yeah.
I mean, I would pick myself.
I mean, man, like, I would love to show clips of all the hilarious and dumb things he said when my kids are grown up, and see what they thought, and they go, guess who he was, and they're gonna be like, what was he? And guess. They'll probably never guess he was the president of the United States, but that's probably what's gonna. They're probably gonna be like, oh my goodness. But I don't know. Trump is not as entertaining. I mean, he's entertaining in that he's just lying, but he has a tactful way of doing it. When he says something that's like very demeaning to someone else, which could come in the form of slander, he doesn't say it himself. He says it like, people are saying so and so is a loser and dumb and not very smart, but that's what people are saying. I don't agree with it, but that's what people are saying. It's just that type of thing, but it's just not as funny as just someone who's just not very smart like Bush.
There's something I do have to show, but be very aware of, like, how I do, my, memes and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and like,
So trigger alert.
Oh, this is a warning for those who actually do believe that Michelle Obama's a man, but just to, this is satirical in nature, but I have to show you this. Is it showing?
Yeah, I see it. It's on screen. Oh, not safe for work.
You know. That's funny.
I made an advertisement, I seen the Tim Pool David Packman the interview on Tim Pool's channel, and the camera angle made David Packman look like he was sitting with like a dildo up his ass. I was like, you know what, I could make this into something, and I made it into something beautiful.
Oh man, I haven't heard Pac-Man's name in such a long time.
It's Pac-Man.
Pac-Man. Is he still going about the same mainstream narratives?
Yeah, he's still lecturing propaganda and still talking down to his audience as usual. And we all know it. I mean, he's an opportunist. From my perspective, in my opinion, because I mean, just looking at it, I was like, people really want to take him seriously. That's why I actually sit back and laugh at people nowadays. It was like, oh, they're just going to lecture and pander for money. It's all about the opportunism.
Yeah,
it's not about real integrity.
So I want to get back to flat Earth kind of stuff. Antarctic. Do you have? I mean, should I call you Antarctic or?
My name's Brian, man. It's all good.
Just use Brian. All right. Do you have you been watching things of late? What's been on your radar for the last couple of months since I've seen you?
Yeah, no, I've been as far as like research of all this goes, I've definitely put some time in, but I've been doing a lot of, I follow like Marty Leeds, for instance, right? And so I watch all of his stuff. A lot of number stuff that I think is pretty interesting, but nothing's been. I know Crow 777. I don't know if you know that guy, but he's been putting out some. He's kind of like, I've always been on the fence about that guy, but him and Marty just did a good video together that actually was actually a really good one. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what I've been getting into as far as like researching all this goes. It's been, my mind has mostly been on has been on trying to figure out. I do a lot of I do a lot of thinking about like truth stuff, and my mind's been going to what I was talking about earlier with like the narrative of like the world and everything. I don't know, man. I'm surprised. Like, I know you like Marty Leeds and you follow him and stuff, and you still don't believe in God. Like, why? Well, I mean, that I'm aware of. I shouldn't make such a sweeping claim, but I think about God speaks numbers, and I think about like the number line, for instance, like 13, 14, 15, like that has pi right there, right? 3.1415. Like that's crazy, man. Like that right there almost convinces me fully that the existence of a creator. But it's an interesting topic, dude. The one that I like, life's all about iteration, and the more you think about a certain thing, the more you're going to gain knowledge about it, and the further you're going to get. And that's where I've been focusing a lot of my energy. Be interesting to hear your thoughts on the existence of a creator and whether because you sound, what are you? Is there a creator or not, Evan?
Well, obviously there has to be a creator of some sort. Something.
Is there one creator? Maybe not.
I would say.
I mean, okay, even not the one. Like, even don't worry about the one because that could be debated, really, right? Like, you think that there is a creator, though. Or at least one, or whatever. This is created.
Let's look at how things are created in nature, I guess you can say.
Philosophy.
In a way, philosophy is just another term for wisdom.
Philosophy is another term for phi, dude. Phi, phi, right? Golden ratio. Philosophy.
So most of my experiences from all of that is based off of ayahuasca. Take it 3 times. Who you are, who you are not, death and rebirth, or I would say rebirth. And it's just communicates to you at a way where you can understand it. So when you try to explain it to other people, they're not going to understand it. It's just because it's kind of like custom tailored to the individual. And there are entities out there that are spiritual or conscious in nature that's objectively present. Anyone who takes ayahuasca will experience the mother spirit, the divine spirit. What and when you look into study or that like mythologies and creation stories and things like that, it relates a lot more to when I study things like the Vedic Hinduism, Taoism, in certain ways, and Gnostic Christianity, Gnosticism, and a lot of the religious, whether it's Orthodox or Protestant and stuff like that, has been towards just the outward experience. But when you take it into like the Gnostic Christianity experience, where everything is within, God is within, you are with it, you are a son of God. I take it as, look, if we create babies, right? We create more of ourselves. They turn into adults. Now, if we are creations of something, and we are, I mean, whatever it is, it follows the same pattern. And you can look at that in the same way as numbers or specific patterns. I forget what you call it, but so
right now,
if
right now we're under control of our creator, then just like your kids are under your control, basically. I mean, kind of, not control, but under your umbrella of care.
Yeah, it's care is a good word. Care, nurturing, and then releasing of your having them freely be, I guess you could say. And to if you are a believer in whatever religion out there or spirit, as far as that, your growth, then you should have to think about if let's just talk about it in a Christian sense, the Orthodox Christian, the mainstream Christian sense. If God created humans, then humans should therefore become God, because we're God's creations, and as far as we know, everything that gets created ends up being what created them. And so if there is a creator, then if they created humans, if God created humans, then therefore humans should become God,
or at least God-like. I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it's all the same thing. We don't know exactly what that is yet until we get there, but it's kind of the same thing, and but it's something we can't know materialistically. It's just it's one of those things that happens when it happens, and I would say that.
What do you think about like Revelation? Do you think that there's a corollary there to our actual reality? Like, do you think that there? I mean, this. Tell me if I'm wrong, but like right now seems like a perfect time for some sort of a savior person to come and right all these wrongs and do like a harvest type of a situation, right? Just like it says in the Bible.
There's always been a savior, but it's always been not in the current mainstream sense, you can say. The way that I experience it is, think of if you think of
individual salvation, right?
Think of like souls and soulless, etc. So if you want to take one interpretation of at least maybe the Gnostic Christian sense, is that the original God, the Godhead highest of the high, not the demiurge, instilled in for example, the demiurge in that sense cannot create. It existed and looked around, said, I am the first that's here, therefore I am God, the mightiest, but doesn't, is ignorant of what's there. It's like, if I didn't create this, then how could I be God? It doesn't think that way. Saw God manifest in a human form and used that human form, manipulated it to control it. Now that and goes, I created something, which he didn't, and it's mine. I could do whatever I want with it. It will listen to me. And then the God, true God, came and instilled in each of those human beings that were created by, I wouldn't say created, manipulated into manifestation in some sort, like a hybridization type of thing, to give them souls, to give them free will, that they can defy the demiurge in whatever way, and they can become with the true creator, and that savior is always there, to allow that to be. It's like more of a caretaker in a sense, like a gardener. It's like the gardener's leaving, so who's going to take the place? It's kind of like it's like a incarnation, not like a reincarnation. Someone assumes the responsibility of something once someone has to move on, because almost every thing that we can think of has to move on in some form or another, but who's going to stay behind? So in that aspect, that's the thought of the savior in what I can interpret as far as my experience goes. And yeah,
it seems like a lot. I mean, I get you're just saying that like God created everything and then left because he kind of moved on and like left his son to or left some sort of savior to watch, to tend the garden, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, it's as though, look, you have to go away in order for things to grow on their own in their own way. Which is
why we can't talk to God directly, right?
You can. It depends on who you dictate as God. There's certain people saying, if you, especially in the Taoist, in certain Hinduist philosophies or religions, whatever you want to call them, is to if you think you know God, it's or you encountered God, and it's more of my agnostic approach. I am agnostic Gnostic, which may not make sense to some people, but it's if you think you know God and you've met God, that was not God. It was some form that's less than God, that was created by God, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not a part of God type of thing, right? So for my experience, even the demiurge, or what some people may call either Satan or the devil, or just the adversarial aspect, not necessarily evil, but just to entertain just the opposition of what the creator, or just what the assumption of what people here in the human form, I guess, are dictating, will even be forgiven and reunite with the mother spirit, the divine spirit, and move on. And then there's a big game changer. It's a spiritual journey where someone here, if we want this to be, has to stay around to assume the responsibility of taking care of what was taken care of before. So who and how many or how is that going to happen? What's going to happen? Because it's never happened before. And that's one of the amazing things about it, is like, how can something that's been in the dark for so long be forgiven to see the light? And isn't that the purpose of light and good? It's not to destroy. Isn't that what evil is, right? To destroy and to eradicate. But good is the opposite of that, is to create and to sustain and be patient and let those grow and see the light and experience it, and know love and all of this stuff. That's what we see is what's essentially good. So therefore, something like that, something like the forgiveness of the most fallen, is gonna be bound to happen at one point or another. And at that point, what happens then? And
do you think we're approaching a point of like of like the reckoning, like of the some sort of apocalypse event? Do you think we're approaching?
I think it's always happening.
Okay, so we're not like, I mean, I'm kind of referring to like the fact that there's way more people, for instance, now than there were 100 years ago. There was like a 1% of that, right, or even less.
That's what we're told.
That is what we're told. But I mean, I like to doubt that as well. But when I think about like, I mean, current population amount is like, I don't see that being a lie, because I'm like, I can count pretty much in my head, and knowing the sizes of high schools and stuff in my area, I can figure out that the size of Sacramento is just like they say at the 2 to 3 million people mark. And I'm like, yeah, okay. And then from there, I can logically go, okay, yeah, LA has about that many, and this has that many. So like, yeah, no, there's about what they're saying right now is in existence now, which means that probably way back then, 100 years ago, they probably had a reasonable form of taking polls, and especially like Rome and stuff, they had a good way of counting people. It's not like that hard to be that far off.
If you want to believe, I mean, but the thing is, I have no alternative to assume otherwise. So I just have to go by that assumption of what they're telling us about the population of Earth is the population of Earth.
Well, your parents, they lived, right? They lived back, like, let's say, 80 years ago or so, 70, 80 years ago. And they talk about the places that they lived and how they were not very populated. Like, come on, like there's a population boom happening. I don't think there's a way to really deny that, as much as I'm a skeptic.
I mean, I just can't know for sure. I mean, I've lived in populated cities most of my life. Now I live in the middle of nowhere, Columbus, Nebraska. And I don't see a huge population here, as opposed to anywhere else. I mean, if I lived in the cities, yeah, like, say you lived in New York City, I could definitely think that there's billions of people on the planet if there's thousands of cities like New York. But if you go and you just look at all these small towns that are scattered across the country, it's like, I don't see it. I mean, I wouldn't know otherwise. I mean, if you go driving cross country, or if you even fly, and you'll just see that there's a lot of land. There's a lot of land that's cordoned off. You can't
There's
see.
a lot of non-areable land, though. It's all farms that are being.
That's what they say.
That's what I see when I'm flying across everywhere. I'm flying across the country.
I mean, I think anywhere you can make a living off of. I mean, there's no place we can't really change as far as the landscape goes. There's even been deserts or places that haven't been inhabitable where they can change the landscape in order to make things grow. And a lot of it is going back to the old ways of herding. Like there's been places where the soil has been so arid nothing can grow, and what they did was they just took a whole bunch of cows, let them poop everywhere, smash things in, and things started to grow, because there's that culture, that bacterial culture. There's water, there's that manure, gets with the dirt and the dust, and there you go. You got some soil that you could grow things on, manure.
I mean, if the planet's growing at 80 million people a year, then it's going to be tough to have enough cows pooping, enough deserts to make room for everybody. I'm just wondering whether you think we're coming to some sort of a precipice, to like a tipping point, like, do you feel like we're getting to a tipping point? Like at any point here, I'm not saying right now, but maybe within 50 years or something like that we could be coming to some sort of that, ahead.
There is a sign that I would interpret that I've experienced that's saying it felt like something soon was going to happen, and that's going to be within this year. But I have no idea how to interpret that.
Predictions. What is this?
I don't know how to interpret the sign. It's just a feeling. It was so it's one of these awake dreams. It's like what a dream is, and you can't quite remember it when you're having it. I mean, you experience it and you wake up and you just kind of forget about it, and it was a dream just because you're just kind of fully asleep, and the dream happens, you're just doing whatever. But these weird waking dreams is what I call is I'm conscious, and I remember the dream, and I can control myself and make decisions and the thoughts and speeches, and I don't know what that is. It's not, because I've had daydreams when I'm so bored in class, in like when I'm in grade school or high school. It's not that. It's not a daydream, but it's also not a real dream where I'm having.
When is this? Like, is this after you wake up? Like when you're just waking up from being asleep or something?
No, I don't know. It's like it's been when I've taken a nap, but I couldn't fall asleep, or at least I thought I couldn't fall asleep.
Okay, so you're in half sleep. What's this
something?
Dream?
I can't. It's hard to explain, and that's problem with Gnosticism. Because it's similar to an ayahuasca experience. It's catered to to me in order for me to interpret and figure it out. Like when I took ayahuasca, and if you take ayahuasca, you're going to be given signs. Like Mother Ayahuasca knows you're coming to visit, and you're going to be doing things that you wouldn't normalize do or pay attention to. So when you are actually in the ayahuasca experience, you're going to review those signs, and you're going to realize that those signs were given by Mother Ayahuasca, and you're going to be like, your mind is going to be blown. So it's kind of similar to the way that the ayahuasca experience communicates to you. And so this experience was oh man, I don't know if I'm doing it justice. I think I may have explained it once in one of my live videos, but and I know, hold on, let me I put it in words to Devin Maggi of Flat Earth Paradise, and because it was more like he was the one that would understand it, so I would let him know. So let me see if I could find it.
I think I saw when you were talking about your ayahuasca stuff, on one of your videos, and then I do know about that guy.
Okay. This was back in May 22nd, 2019 at around noon, just before noon. Just had a dream/vision. The ninth wheel will be destroyed. And I'm asking, does that mean anything? Ring some bells for me, but going to look that up now. Maybe it's referring to the ninth sphere. And he replies, 9 is completion.
It is.
So, like I don't understand what it meant, but the ninth wheel is destroyed, and that's the completion part. So, like I don't know how to interpret these things. Like I'm new to this experience, and I can only explain it in these terms, like language terms, material terms. I have to probably read up on a lot of things that has to do with maybe the wheels of Dharma or karma. I don't know, but I have to look it up. And whether I'm interpreting my dream/vision, I have no idea. It could just be just whatever. And it's like, it's nothing. Maybe it is nothing, but like, does it really matter if I know or don't know what it means, if it's just going to happen? Until it happens, then it's like, oh, okay, so that's what it meant. Right? So I don't put too much stock into it, but one thing I don't do nowadays is ignore it. I think that's what I like about being able to talk with a lot of different people. Like maybe this coming week, next week, I might have an interview with Marty Leeds, because I asked him a couple of months ago. So we'll have a talk about that.
He started doing a couple interviews, which is cool.
Yeah. And what's great is, like, if I have a question, he's there, he'll answer. Like, and he'll talk with you on private. And Devin, same thing. If I probably email him or ask him something about something, or just do a quick little chat, and same with you and stuff like that. Anybody else that I know, is like just quick things, like, hey, I know you're kind of into this thing. What are your thoughts about it? It's that type of experience. So I being new to it is great. I have my own take into it. I have my own experience. I don't really judge other people's experiences, or their beliefs, or their thoughts. Everyone has their own path towards whatever it is. And I'm not here to stop it. I'm not here to prevent it. I'm here, I guess, to just be around. Right?
Be a witness.
Yeah. So
yeah, I saw it's interesting. There's a lot. Life's crazy, There's like dreams, There's a lot of ways to interpret stuff, and it only feels a certain way with your, being in it and everything. I obviously, like, I'm leading you to a place of like, oh, stuff's gonna happen or whatever, but I don't know either, But it's definitely, if there's ever a time where crazy stuff is happening, even compared to when I was a kid, now has some pretty big, there's pretty heavy influences going around the world right now.
Yeah.
I just saw something on the Truth Stream. I watched their latest like video, and they were talking about how there's like a new, actually Elon Musk is heading up a program that is supposed to like put implants, do that implants in your head.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck
and-
that.
and
I'm not
that's
putting
like-
that shit in my fucking head. My head's already fucked up enough as it is.
It's interesting. It's, I wouldn't put much credibility onto it if it wasn't, because that's like, it's always been a thing, right? Oh, they're going to put implants in your head and stuff. But it was, Elon Musk was up there on stage for a long time with a bunch of scientists and doctor looking people, and a cool hip looking chick up there. And they're talking about this implant. And I don't know. That's
It's
kind
like
of,
they want to it's like they want to transfer like humans into like some
Transhumanism.
fucking Tron world or some shit like that. I don't know.
yeah. It's pretty, that was something and that was very recent too. That was only, I think that was like last month, I want to say, maybe a month or two ago that came out about that whole Elon Musk heading up that thing.
I think what's interesting is the programmability of individuals, whether by some means, like hypnotism. Like I used to hypnotize people. It's a story that I'll just reiterate. Is back in, I think 10th grade. There's a thing called Puyallup Fair in Washington State, and there's a street hypnotist, and he was at the fair, and just a bunch of people in my class that year went. It was just like one of those things that people all went that day or / night. And one of my friends went up on the stage. He's one of these people who would not dance publicly, or especially something like the Macarena. So he went up there. He's one of the ones that got hypnotized. Went up there and did the Macarena, like all these things that the street hypnotist did. One of them was like do the dance the Macarena. So he's doing the Macarena. So that got me interested, because afterwards we were saying, "Oh man, did you see that? You were doing the Macarena and stuff. You're hypnotized." And he's like, "No, I wasn't. I wouldn't do that." Although everyone witnessed it, and so that got me interested in hypnotism. I was like, "Hey, can I do that?" So I went to the local library. I used to go to the library all the time, and so I found these hypnotism books. Except all these hypnotism books were self-hypnotism books. They all started with I. And so I was like, well, this isn't very useful. But, it talked about like the susceptibility of being hypnotized, just kind of indicators, just like street hypnotists would do to perform. I read up on that. And I just put everything into second person from first person. So whenever it's I just put you. And then I just memorized it, and I tried it on my friends. So I hypnotized a lot of my friends, and they're all there to witness it, because I made sure that there's someone else with me while I was hypnotizing. Yes, it worked. But every person I hypnotized, every one of my friends, they would not believe that they were actually under hypnosis. Yet whenever we actually had them do things, they would do things, and everyone else that was watching was saying, "Yeah, you were hypnotized, and yeah, you were doing this." And the person who was hypnotized wouldn't believe it.
That's cool, dude.
Now, there's one time.
Can I
Yeah,
have
go
a
ahead, Eric.
suggestion?
Yeah.
I would actually recommend recording the hypnotizing and tell them, be like, "Yeah, you were hypnotized. We got evidence right here. We fucking filmed it."
This was in the mid-90s, so we didn't have phones and stuff that record very easily.
Before time is way
Or
longer.
even a camcorder.
Heck, we were kids. We don't have enough money for camcorders.
Polaroid
But
pictures.
one of my friends, it's very similar to Office Space, if you've ever watched the comedy movie, Office Space.
Oh,
So
good
what I did
Mike
was
Judge was the director.
Yeah. So I put my friend under hypnosis, and I told him before, and this is what we're going to do. I'm going to put you in hypnosis, but I'm not going to take you fully out. Typically, you would take someone fully out of hypnosis after a couple of suggestions, but we would be able to put him back, with a clap or, whenever I did so. But I never fully took him out of the hypnotic suggestion. And that one was a very weird experience. but also we've also played around with it, which can be probably dangerous now that I think about it as now as an adult. But one of the hypnotic suggestions was, and one of the things I did was, all right, if I ask you what time it is, you're gonna reply it's pi, and so I put him out of the hypnotic, not fully out, but just out of it, so he's aware. And I told him, okay, I'm gonna ask you something, and no matter what, do not say it's pi, right? So he's out of the thing, and he's like, okay, that's a weird thing, but yeah. And so I go, what time is it? And he goes, it's pi. And I was like, okay, let's try this again. No matter what I say, do not say it's pi. And so I ask him, what time is it? It's pi. And so we go through this a couple of times, and I go, how come you're saying it's pi? And I'm telling you not to say it's pi. And he's explaining it to me. He goes, well, I don't want to say pi, but I'm telling myself not to say pi, but because it keeps telling me not to say pi, I just want to say pi, so I don't have to think about not saying pi. That's how he explained it. So, we'll try this again. What time is it? And you could just kind of see him kind of doing this thing, and he goes, it's pi. And he goes, yeah, it's the same thing. I'm trying really hard not to say it. I'm telling myself not to say it, but I keep telling myself not to say it. In order to say it, I should just say it, so I don't have to keep telling myself I don't need to say it. And good night, Grant Jarvis. And so it was just one of those really weird experiences, and it's kind of trippy to thinking about it, because I've done self-hypnosis, and I feel like I can't be hypnotized because I don't feel the effects. Because I've tape recorded myself to go under hypnosis. But the thing is, if everyone who's under hypnosis who gets out of it aren't aware that they've been hypnotized, they don't believe that they've been hypnotized, how do I know that I wasn't self-hypnotized? Right? So I was wondering, am I really not hypnotizable, or was I did I actually self-hypnotize myself where I just can't remember it because I was hypnotized, and everyone who's under hypnosis don't believe that they're in hypnosis? So it's a very
yourself, and you weren't.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if I should try it again, but it's also one of those things. Is that something I should be playing around with, right?
Yeah.
So some interesting things, like a lot of people still don't believe in hypnosis, like that it's just a trick, it's act and stuff like that. But personal experience, and I've hypnotized people, it works. And I don't know if it works for everyone. I don't know if it works for me. Like, I'd have to like Eric said, videotape myself being self-hypnotized, see if I was self-hypnotized afterwards. Right? And the thing is, getting people in hypnosis is very simple. It takes anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes. Just full relaxation. They're lying on their back. Go through these steps that are backwards. Whether it's and each step that you take that's going backwards, they get more relaxed and they breathe deeper, and you get to that point until they're at the final steps. And usually it's like either it's not going up, it's usually going down backwards. Like, you're at a top stair, you take another step down, you're more relaxed. It's like floating on a cloud, and you feel yourself just falling deeper and softer, and you use that same voice. And yeah, sorry. and within like 10-15 minutes they're fully under, and you do one simple hypnotic suggestion, and when you snap your fingers or you clap, they're out. And you're more aware, and you let them know that they're more aware, they're awake, and they feel refreshed. And and when you hear the clap again, they'll go back into the deep relaxation and sleep. And it's so simple. And I wonder if I'm pretty sure that the insiders, the people in establishment and stuff, the power players, they know of these tricks, whether it's psychological or whatever, spells, what you might want to call it, you know. And if they can get people into that, like they've tried, remember the subliminal messages within television and stuff like that. If
Yes.
if that can be embedded within a person's psyche or whatnot, you know, just like you were talking about the whole embedding of technology, or the like the what a lot of Christians were always talking about, the number of the beast, you know, this was it sign or whatever that people will wear in Revelations and stuff like that.
The sign of the beast, which could be, you know, that could be this Neuralink. It's called Neuralink, by the way. It's you know, Neuralink.
Mhm.
But yeah, the people talk about that could be that, because there's a little scarring that comes with it.
Oh.
You do get a little scar because it's an implant. So yeah, that could be. I used to have a girlfriend who she'd talk in her sleep a little bit, and I tried talking to her in her sleep, you know, and then I ended up like having full conversations, you know, like long, in depth, and I like ended up doing some like I did some fun stuff, which was like I pretended that she was Alice in Wonderland, and I'd be like, here, like, and I would take her on like magic carpet rides and stuff. I'd be like, here, hop on the carpet, and I'd like blow in her face to be like like wind, you know, like here, we're going on a drop, and it was this a whole another thing. It was really funny, but she also had some like you know, she had some like mental issues, and I would like, you know, probably ill advised, but I would help her through some of her like problems and stuff, and just like talk her through it in her sleep and everything, and help her to come to logical conclusions, like, and that kind of thing. She'd wake up and feel like a totally different way, and I would talk to her about things and be like, hey, like, do you want to like do you want to go to the park today? And she'd be like, no, like, I don't want to. I normally would, but why don't I want to? So it was pretty crazy. It worked. It really, like, and that was me just sort of, you know,
Yeah.
whatever. But yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of weird things, weird experiences, and the funny thing is when you would think like the scientific community would be like, hey, that's pretty awesome. Let's get more into this. Let's figure it out. And instead they're like, oh no, that's just quackery. You know, don't even bother. It's like, I thought we were talking about science. It's like when we were talking about science, it's like the curiosity of knowing what's out there, what's unknown, is so prevalent. And then when we talk about what's within, like the mind and spirit and consciousness, oh no, that's just spirit and souls. Yeah, it's
all right brain, dude. They're all like, everything right now is all 100% right brain. You know what I mean? Like, it's all mechanical. Your right brain's all that mechanical, and your left brain's all the creative, you know? And like right now they're just like, they don't want you to be creative, you know, like there's no creative. They want you to be a machine, you know? That's why like all school is just repetition and mathematics, right? Like in-depth calculator. You're just like a cog in a calculator, right? Like, it's all 100% left brain. They're trying to keep you off your right brain, and also calcifying your pineal gland, right? So like that third eye that can bounce between your two brains when it decides to, or whatever, maybe, you know, whatever that is there that is right between those two brains is getting all chalked up, so you can't use it.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting people to just go through the motions of life. It's you wake up, you go to work 9 to 5, you come back, you repeat, you save up. You don't get a lot. You can't save up a lot because sometimes something happens within your life where you have to spend that nest egg, or you spend that nest egg with something where it's just really pricey, like a house or a home, or going to college for your kids and all of this stuff. And then the
investment,
yeah, interest rates go up, you know, the inflation goes up and all this other stuff. And, you know, it doesn't matter how much you save. Oh, you're going to postpone your vacation to the next year because it's going to cost $10,000 and you can't afford $10,000. So you skip on that and you go on the next one. Oh, you had to use doctor's bills and stuff like that, and taxes, and we just went up. And then you're always saving for something, and all of a sudden, you know, you realize, okay, you could retire at 62, but then you're not going to get as much in your pensions and your social security, so you just postpone it to you're 70 years old, maybe 72 at the latest. And then by then you don't have enough energy to go on these vacations that you wanted to, and therefore, I mean, your whole life has been leading up to something that you've planned for a very long time, which you never did, just because you're wanted a nice, comfy nest egg to be comfortable where you didn't have to be uncomfortable.
And in the end, people always like they give all their stuff to their kids too, right? Even including their desires and their dreams and everything, right? It's all like, oh, well, you know, I'll sacrifice myself for the betterment of my kids. And you're like, well, your kids are just going to do the same thing. Like, you know, it's like, where are you getting, man? Like set a what am I trying to say? Set a whatever, something to follow, you know, be the change you want to see, you know, be what your kids should be doing.
Yeah.
Instead of sacrificing yourself for them, because they're just going to do the same thing.
And we're seeing, as far as like the government and the culture, we're saying that, okay, let's have the kids pay for it, or our grandkids pay for it. We don't take the responsibility now. You know, if you look at one thing that they always tout is like for the United States is the deficit. It's like, we're never going to pay off the deficit. And then we just say, hey, well, you know, our kids will pay off the deficit. So we never take responsibility. Instead, we're saying that, you know, our descendants will take the responsibility to do it. And that's just like the worst thing you could do. As far as, I mean, it's a shit move, I think. You know, it's like, yeah, I'll let my kids handle it. You know, I'm not going to take responsibility for it. I just want to enjoy things as it is and let them worry about it. It's like, no, what? Since when did that become a thing? Like, we're gonna handle this now, so our kids don't have to handle it. That's the way it's been done for a long time before the last century, maybe. You know, before that, they've always sacrificed so their kids could aspire to something more. And right now, it's become the reverse. So we want to aspire so our kids can deal with all the problems later.
Yeah, it's just putting it off now. And every president, right? Every single one of them is like, we're going to get this deficit turned around, including Trump. You know, it's everyone going back, and it never happens. It's not going to get paid off, dude. It's not going to get paid off. They want us to be in debt.
It's all empty promises and opportunism. That's all it is.
Someone in chat, we need critical thinking, is asking you a question. If you want to answer it, it's up to you.
Who, me?
Brian.
Yeah. Is this me? For a while. It's with an I, by the way. Would it affect his religious faith if you found out the earth is not flat? No, it wouldn't. It would, like, what would it do, you know? Because I believed in God before, about a year before I believed the earth was flat, which was, 2 years ago now, I guess, or less. But no, it wouldn't. What it would do, I guess, is maybe I would think that Revelation, right, the time of Revelation, the end times and stuff, that I think is probably coming pretty quick here. You know, that would probably be something I would think would probably come later than not so soon. Because, like, if the Earth is flat, as it turns out, right, which is my belief, then I don't think you can really hide that for so long, especially. Yeah, there's some people that are coming to that conclusion right now, but yeah, if that was to come out full force, then that would be if the Earth is flat, which I think it is, then I don't think it's going to take that long, you know, for people to figure it out, for it to get shown. So yeah, I don't know. It wouldn't affect my religious beliefs, and really, my religious beliefs at the moment is pretty much just I believe in God. You know, in a way, I believe in the Creator. I think there's only one.
And here's one of the things I pieced together and have a question about is the mainstream religious narrative in the Christian sense of the Antichrist. And so the Antichrist is going to come, perform miracles, but because that person has performed miracles, he's not really Jesus returned, Christ returned, and then that you should do something bad to that thing. So it'd be like Jesus Christ came back again. Everyone thought he was the Antichrist, so they go ahead and sacrifice him like they did the original Jesus Christ, and we got a repeated pattern here. Right? It's like, just put that in people's heads. It's going to perform miracles, does everything that Jesus did, but it's not Jesus. So
that's a good point, dude.
Antichrist. And so people are gonna be the ones, not the Romans, not the authorities. They're gonna have people sacrifice Jesus Christ because they think he's the Antichrist and sacrifice him. And, isn't that the most messed up thing that you could think of possible? And that's like the craziest, biggest, like, evilest thing that can be done is to manipulate people to destroying something that they cherish the most, or that they're supposed to cherish the most.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's really funny to think about that, because that would just be a loop. Like, you think, oh man, but I don't think that's the case or whatever. But I think that, like, the whole, like, it could be that, it could be like a transhuman situation, right, where somebody becomes, gets an implant, right? Somebody gets a Neuralink, throws that in, downloads all the stuff that they want or whatever, and all of a sudden they can walk on water or something, and then there you go, you have, like, you got the Antichrist right there, right? Because the machine, if you plant a machine in here and it learns everything, and then it realizes, oh, the Bible is just a story, I could literally just take the place of Jesus, and then I would be the savior, and I could totally, the machine could be like, I could fix it all and make it all perfect. Then maybe a lot of people with these Neuralinks, because the Bible says there's gonna be a lot of Antichrists, a lot of people saying they're Jesus, at least, and one Antichrist, but. And all these people with these implants could be like, oh, I'm Jesus, because and that could be sort of how it happens. Just something I was thinking about recently.
Yeah, but can you trust the mainstream religious? I guess.
The Bible, right?
Well, no, not necessarily the Bible. Just those who interpret or translate the Bible for their own purposes. I mean, a lot of people still who do, like, look into the actual historical context, whether you believe in the written history or not. At least that was Emperor Constantine. He had to make a decision as to what to put as far as the Holy Bible goes. All the books that are ever written, from all the Gospels of Jesus Christ, and whether to omit some or keep some or whatever. And there's so many that wasn't included, that we're finding out for the last couple of decades, whether it's like the Nag Hammadi or the Book of Enoch or the Dead Sea Scrolls, and etc. It's like, so why weren't these included?
Yeah.
And people still
really,
don't.
None of those really changed the narrative, though. Like,
Yeah.
not that much. Really...
In some ways, I mean, it depends. I mean, some of them are just kind of weird, like the Gospel of Thomas and things like that. Things that are like, it's very Gnostic in a sense, in the early Gnostic Christianity traditions, that's where it was. And that was all destroyed back in the Library of Alexandria, and why would they destroy such important Christian works? So early in the days of that religion, and where just a lot of books out there, a lot of knowledge. I bet that wasn't all destroyed. I think it's been hidden away and reused for purposes. But it's just something people don't think about. They go, no. I mean, it'd be like right now. Then this is why I talk with Flat Earth in one conversation before. Is imagine let's say 2,000 years from now, they find a whole bunch of news articles talking about invasion of Iraq and how, like, the legitimacy of just basically all the mainstream narratives today. And they go, oh, all of this stuff happened in 2,000 years ago, even though people right now don't believe in any of it, because they're witnessing that the mainstream media is lying and stuff like that. But 2,000 years from now, that's all that they know, and they go, okay, yeah. Everyone else, every piece of history that we've gotten accounts, as far as like from CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, they're all saying the same thing. So obviously, that's what really happened. And are you going to take that as just the truth of the way it was? And then all of a sudden, a few decades later, they go, hey, look, there's accounts from here, from YouTube, from Twitter, from these blogs. It's like, hey, they're saying something different. What's going on here? Which one do we believe?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just responding to the chat.
Oh.
Yeah, I just well, whatever. Let me talk about what you said really quick, because like it's a lot of the Bible, and I'm still researching it. I'm not sure about it, right? Like I said, I believe in the Creator. I'm also like I'm leaning towards Christianity is where I am, and and a lot of it is just because like it's what story, right? Because it's a story, right? And I'm like, does this story ring true to my reality? And is it good? And does it seem like a good teaching, right? Like, does it seem
Mhm.
like a good teaching? And does it seem true? And does it match my reality? And it to me, it does. To me, a lot of it really does, because it's forgiveness is such an important aspect we were just talking about, and that's
Mhm.
literally what Christ is supposed to represent. It's like how forgiveness is the main virtue that's gonna
But is
bring it
that
back.
forgiveness from God for your sins? And this is the sin, meaning of things
It's
that
it's
should
all
be
of it.
done.
It's all of it, right? It's you want forgiveness. You want to forgive in your heart. Forgive the person, right? That you wronged, and
Mhm.
ask forgiveness from God as well. That look, I just want to be forgiven for doing this. I'm sorry for what I did. Like
But what's your end goal for me for having a belief in God?
my goal is to know the truth, right? Is just believe whatever is true. That's my goal is to seek truth, right? That's wisdom and truth, right? Those are the ultimate things. And you know what? That's what it says in the Bible. It says that wisdom should be held as a higher esteem than gold and money and everything. That's what it says right there. And like all these beliefs that I've done a lot of moral introspection, right? And just like a lot of us have, I'm sure you seem like somebody who has as well, right? You talk about what's morally right and what's wise and what's true. What are these objective things that are very valuable to us as good people? And you come to these beliefs, and they're right there reflected in the Bible, very very much. And so that's what's compelling to me about it. Yeah.
Interesting uh, view, and yeah, I can't disagree. I mean,
Does that make you a Christian? Are you a Christian now all of a sudden?
me,
Hey, Yvonne's a Christian.
I've always considered myself as a follower of Jesus Christ or Yeshua
Really?
in some ways. Yeah,
Oh, well, okay, his teachings and stuff like the
yeah,
doctrine. Okay.
and I always get back to look, when people first followed Jesus Christ, it's because of his teachings. He could have lived his entire life not teaching and just say he was son of God. Would the people have followed him? Just say he's the son of God, so follow me. Not necessarily. I mean, there's something out there that he taught, which is the truth. He had a way of telling people the truth of what truth is, and people followed him for that. And if he was pretty much probably caught in a lie, people would figure it out and not followed him. That's usually the case. We follow people who we think are telling the truth until we find out that person's not telling the truth. But some people will still follow people who tell lies. Um, and then it wasn't until, and especially Thomas, one of his disciples or apostles, was called Doubting Thomas. You could call him agnostic. Most people call him an agnostic, and was not followed him for his teachings and witnessed his resurrection and go, okay, you are what you say you are, so I'm not really doubting anymore, type of thing. But anyways, it's um whether it's they followed him for salvation and all of that stuff, that could be the case. But I think what they passed on was his teachings. They could just said he was the son of God, period. Saved us all, period. All you have to do is believe in him, period. That's it. Why all this hundreds of pages of text and all these little sayings and teachings, and whether it's 100% true literally, or if it's an what are those other things? Um, Gosh, I can't remember the terms. But right, it's they followed him because of his teachings. What's passed along was his teachings. When he was alive, when he was teaching others. So that's what I focus on. And if I don't, if I learn something from it, good. If I don't, if it's not, if it doesn't find any use for me, then I discard it. I mean, that's kind of what finding the um objective truth is. We don't keep adding to it. We we we
Discovery.
we sculpt, we whittle away all the layers and find out what's underneath it all. You know, we find the most common trait, the essentialness of what it is, down to the essential part, not the unessentials. But then when we look at it in hindsight, the actual part itself, the being, is a sum of all its parts. So while we are scraping away at the layers to get to the central truth, we realize that the truth is the entirety of the thing. So it's kind of it's very, very Tao in regards to a lot of things, where it's a weird full circle. It is, because I've gone through so many things to whenever the start of the awakening, and what it's done is took me in a full circle back to where I started, but with a different perspective and point of view and realization, and how to go about that process again. Where I found faults before, do it a different way. And that's a weird thing. I'm doing the same thing I've been doing for a while now. It's just done differently in a different frame of mind.
Yeah. This guy was talking about Zeitgeist. It was a good movie, you know, and it's like a documentary. Basically what it does is it takes a bunch of old religions. It was really good. It really was, like, but it came out, it talked about all the old religions and a lot of the symbology and a lot of similar stories and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There were in a bunch of old religions before the Bible,
Mm-hmm.
and the Bible did a lot of the things that were exactly the same, just like a little bit different. It's basically what it means, which I'm going to relate to something. It's kind of like it's also how, in my belief or my research, I figured out that the stars are the story of the stars, right? You can say astrology or whatever. When you look up, you see the stars moving around. There's the story of Jesus. The story of Jesus is written in the stars. There's videos you can watch. That's just what I believe now from watching all this stuff. So that both of those things, the fact that there was very similar religions in the past, and the fact that the story of Jesus is written in the stars, neither of those things make it untrue. That make it so that there isn't an actual possibility that Jesus Christ himself, as in flesh, lived and did all of these things. Yeah, it's just kind of a point worth making, I think. And I don't know if you've looked into that star stuff, man. That's really interesting. It's really interesting.
Yeah, the Three Kings and the winter solstice. And all this stuff.
Died for 3 days and rose. You're like, dude, okay, like, so it is there. It's and that's just some of the stuff. But like, it's like, man, it's really.
And one of the things that is essential to a lot of those mythologies preceding the story of Jesus Christ and the story of Jesus Christ himself is the repeated cycle of the death, the resurrection, and the rebirth, the coming again. And every instance, there's a repeated cycle. So there's always a new cycle. So everything that happened is going to happen again, but it's going to happen in a different way. And when that happens, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be like, oh, this happened. It's going to happen again. We don't know when. We don't know how. We don't know why. But it's going to be foretold for some reason. And that story becomes repeated. But what's interesting is, will we witness it? Right? Will everyone else here?
We all want to be around when it happens.
I mean, we those that passed away before us most likely aren't going to witness it the way we witness it. But again, is it going to be witnessed?
One thing I was thinking, just randomly, like, I mean, this is kind of whatever, like, will we witness it, right? Maybe all these people, like, if the population growth is truly at this staggering rate of 80 million people a year, dude, maybe this whole thing is like, when you die, you come back as a little kid, right? And like right now it's happening, right? Anyway, where
all the people who lived in the past are just getting reborn into little, kids or whatever. And then all of a sudden, like, now that we have like 10 billion people, all of a sudden, then everybody in existence who's ever existed, their soul is living and can be judged and grieving. There you go. Just a thought.
No, it's the part of life is just to be amazed at life, right? We don't get amazed at death. Like we just see a death as something that's maybe sad and maybe frightening, and but we don't see amazement in death. We see amazement in just all the life that's around us, and just the things that that we see. Whether we're amazed at it, we're still kind of kids at heart, or when you have kids and you just see the amazement in their eyes and just how the way that they look at things as far as the world, and when you're just kind of going through, oh, that's happening, I guess that's okay, that's cool, I'm gonna keep playing my video game. Like, for example, like fireflies around here, they light up, people call them like lightning bugs or whatever, and it's amazing because they look so cool. They're just glowing on and off above the lawn, and it's like near twilight, and it's just my daughter, my son are out there just like holding them in their hands, and it's lighting up in their hands and flying off, and just how they could just emit that light, and just how beautiful it looks. And probably one of the only flies that I like, because they don't bite, they don't bother you, they don't like get in your face and stuff. It's but it's like an amazing thing to witness, and a lot of people take for granted, and they may not even, they'll see it and they go, okay, time, I guess I'll go watch football now. It's like, man, this is amazing. Like, how do they do that? How do they emit their light? It's like, why? And it's just, how can we do that? Can we emit lights? Like,
there's definitely like a big difference, right, between because God is, as it says in the Bible, all right, Evan, I'm going to sit here just quoting Bible verses the rest of the night.
Sure, I mean, that's fine.
I'm not actually going to do that.
Oh, I don't care if you do. I'm fine.
I know, but it is. It says like He's the living God, So like there is like this difference between like all things living and all things that are dead. Especially right now more than ever, like everything that's dead is being like pushed onto us. And I'm not trying to say that everything electronic is dead, right? Because we're sitting here talking, but I mean, everything electronic is not actually living in and of itself, and that's something that's being pushed on us. I think it just goes to show kind of some of the times, there's a lot of proofs that the people running the world right now are evil, in my mind, and that's just kind of one of them. I would point to the main one to be factory farming. Not to bring up a whole nother topic, but
that's fine.
But yeah, I don't know. Like they say that you'll know a society by how it treats its animals. You'll know the rulers anyway of the society.
Yeah.
And, it's hard to say that evil doesn't exist when you look at factory farming, and it's impossible to say that evil people aren't running the world when you look at that, because they allow it to happen. It's insane, dude. Something like that can't.
Yeah, but what about the people who aren't running it, but are the ones who are
cogs in the wheel?
I mean, they work there. They need to make wages.
No, I'm not ripping on them. It's the people that allow it to happen. The people running government. Is it legal? Yes, then that done. Like no way, man. If you were running the country, making the rules, you had all the money, and you're the people running the world, are you going to let that happen?
Isn't that what a lot of people today would consider a tyrannical rule, to not allow people to raise animals in a factory setting?
Should there be laws
enforced on people? Like, who's to say they can't do that? I mean,
it goes to show the heart, right? It goes to show the heart of who's running it. Okay, yeah. Maybe whether it's legal or not, it goes to show the heart of the people, because it trickle down theory, right? The company culture is a real thing, and the company culture of our government.
Yeah, but it also boils down to religion. For example, lot of the Christians today are told by their preachers or whoever it is in charge of their denomination that the earth is there. It's evil. Everything material is everything that's in nature is evil. The weeds are there to be destroyed. The plants, the crops that you need to grow and tend to. That's what God wants you to raise. And all these types of animals, you can eat and not eat, and they're yours to do what you want. And that's just the mentality of some of the beliefs that of the Christians that we have today, is that the earth is theirs to trash as their will because it's evil, and if they're trashing evil, then that's good. And opposed to maybe the Gnostic Christians, the early Christians, is the nature should be revered, that the nature provides for you without you having to plant. It tends its own gardens where you can eat of the fruit and whatever grows, and to treat it with reverence and respect. And a lot of different other types of religions, spiritual religions, not religions that are out there today, tout the same philosophy. And so it's also a big religion has a lot to do with it, unfortunately, as far as the way that people perceive government. And like I see a lot of Christians today, they go out fishing, they trash the place when they leave. They catch a fish, they consider it a trash fish, they throw it out into the waters as it's dying. And for me, I say I'm a vegetarian, but I'm what my wife considers a huntitarian. Like if I fish for it, if I hunt for it and kill it myself, prepare it, then that's what we'll do. But we're not gonna eat from like the store-bought stuff. And
yeah, which is beautiful, dude. I mean, you should be commended for that, because that's, I mean, if you're not, your money creates a thing, and if you're spending your money towards, factory farm animals, which I do sometimes, but yeah, no, I mean, you're doing a very good thing there. It's pretty much, as far as palpable, realistic, firm things that we could talk about, like that is really, in my mind, that's the best thing that you could do, period. So, whatever, keep doing it, man. It's good.
Yeah. I mean, it's just anyone can live their life, but if you really
it's hard. Don't downplay it, man. It's really worth commending.
But it boils down to how much you respect creation, nature, if you want to call it God, and the creations of God, or just things that are just out there. If it's not created by God, but if you're just looking at things scientifically wise, or if you still think that the Earth is limited, a globe, and that there's global warming out there, it's still the fundamental aspect is there to treat the world, the plants, animals respectfully, and to be considerate of what you're consuming and what's being harvested or overmined, over forested, whatever. It's just we don't need to do a lot of things we're doing. If we can do things differently, we should do it. We shouldn't take the easy way of doing things when we now have the capability and technology of doing things differently, because we can do it easier.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to. It's still pretty much everybody knows that factory farming is like a terrible thing, but they eat that same meat anyway. So, it's still a good thing that you're doing. It takes effort and will, and everybody knows, but you're making the choice. So it's still a really good thing.
I'm someone who actually used to believe in global warming and climate change, but I don't believe it anymore because, the politicians keep pontificating upon this bullshit. Yeah. And they just want to do is make that opportunistic money, but they are fucking up the environment. Then that matters the most, opposed to, what the politicians are fucking lecturing.
Yeah.
I mean, and plus there's evidence of, what's happening to other environments and stuff. And plus, with lawsuits and, suing companies, all that other shit that goes along with it.
I was looking at the comment section here a little bit, and they said this guy Bob was talking about how the Spanish came in and messed everything up, right? Slaughtered locals, enslaved others, and imprisoned and imposed their church on them. But I just watched a movie that was recommended on some video I watched. But it was a video on the people coming over with religion from Europe, right, and imposing and
The
how it
Jesuits?
worked out and everything. What was it?
Jesuits?
Yeah, exactly. Yes. And like, you know, they spread the teaching of Christianity, right? They were spreading Christianity, and it was like when the fathers came over and they went in and they sort of infiltrated these cultures, and they ended up becoming Christians. They like everything was going great, you know, until the king got involved, right? Until the kings of these countries got involved, and they were like, oh, wait a second, you just civilized like this whole area, and now it's all working and making like lots of food and lots of like things they could use.
Resources, yep.
Exactly. It's becoming profitable, and it's something that it was becoming profitable to them, and then all of a sudden the kings wanted to dip their hands in it and stuff, and they really what they did is they introduced the tax, you know, the tax to go to the kingdom instead of the tax to go to the church. You know, when it was going to the church, when the church got 10%, right, when they got that just exact 1/10 part, it's a very natural thing, right? When you're like, oh, it's just 1/10 of 10 fingers, they get one because the church, and the church gets built, and then they spread the religion, and everything gets good, you know. And it seemed like it was working, you know, and maybe it would have worked and been a great, fantastic thing if the king with all his slaves, right? They had all these slaves and stuff when they came, and they just sort of you know, made slaves out of everybody. And that's what money does, man. That's what money does is it makes a slave out of everybody. Like the more I think about money, man, the more I'm just like, I get sick of it. It's like when you go to a restaurant and you have money, you have $20 and you're like, make my shit, right? Make my shit. And then all of a sudden what? Then they're your slave, right? You just made somebody your slave, and all this niceness they're doing to you is fake, and all this, oh, thank you, I appreciate you so much when they help you and stuff. It's kind of fake because you're making them do it either way, you know. And it's I get sick of it, man. I get really sick of money sometimes. And
to me, it's and of course we all know that it's all coordinated behind the scenes by the insiders. Like entire countries, especially the United States, we don't need to rely on bankers printing our money for us. We don't need international bankers. We don't need a Federal Reserve. Banks by themselves do not produce resources. They just produce one thing. It's just currency. Now, like, what's weird is you have a country that owes, but who's going to enforce it? Like, look, the United States fought off during the Revolutionary War the most powerful empire of the known world, which is England. They fought them off with the help of maybe Native Americans, some of Native Americans, with the help of the French, some of the French, you know, just a couple of allies here and there. But, you know, they fended them off. And the written account of history goes, well, the United States is in debt. The 13 colonies fought off the British Empire, and now they need money. And it's like, why?
Yeah,
you got
all the food, you got everything you need. What the hell?
Yeah, you've got resources, you got your own army. Who's going to tell you otherwise that you need to pay up or that you needed money in the first place? Oh, you could, yeah. I mean, it's just one of those things when you think about it, like just the way that the official narrative, official story goes, doesn't make sense at all. It's like just borrowing money from an outside source to raise an army. Now you've got an army, and the army, you have your own land. I mean, that was the biggest bargaining chip of any person who served in an army. It really wasn't the money, it's land. I mean, that's like in the old feudal system where that's how lords were made. You were a lord because you owned land. You were a baron, you were whatever, and with that you could produce your own crops. You can live sustainably. You can trade, barter. You can, for if there is such a thing as currency, you can mine from your land and gather gold, silver, whatever. You could raise your own army. I mean, your own or slaves. You know, that was the thing. You know, a lot of landowners owned slaves, and it's like they have all of this. Is why allow your own country to have your own currency based off of someone outside that has nothing that can stop you. It's not like all the international bankers say, hey, this time we want you England, you want you Spain, you want you France, all to take over United States of America. We're going to pay you this money. It's like, you know, are they going to do it? It's like, just money, you know. It's like in the United States, it's like, why don't you just force why don't you just tell America that they need your money for you to print it, and you know, otherwise you're gonna like, you just fought off the largest empire. You know, you've got your whole army, you've got your own land, you got your own resources. You don't have to rely on imports. You know, people want what you have to export. People will give you, you know, trade, and it's like, nope, let's pay off all these other countries and all this other stuff, and we're in debt, and let's just have the bankers take control. It doesn't make sense at all, and that's the way it played out, and it's just very, very sketchy. I just can't think of it in logical terms. I mean, they have their own little, but people will come up with stories to add on to the history that was written. And it's like, well, where's the source? Oh, it's from this written account. It's like, okay, so how do we know that written account is the way it was? Where's the governmental source? And they go, oh, there is no governmental source. There's maybe letters, maybe that was talked about here and there, but they never talked about it. And you know, you look into the whole Federal Reserve, how it was moved towards that, and it was very fishy as well. They convened in a time where everyone was not around, past it, and it's like, oh, okay, that's weird. And then you've got the conspiracy theory of JFK being assassinated because he wanted to print silver-backed money. You know, there's a lot of conspiracies as to why they assassinated JFK. One of the theories is that he really wanted to have silver-backed currency. You know, do away with the Federal Reserve and international banking system. And
I would do it. That's definitely the control arm of all of it. You know, they can just kind of, money's so corrupt, dude. It's so corrupt. They can obviously they can print it. Like they have no limit to the amount of money that they can have. You know,
it's like who dictated these bankers can print it and no one else? Who gave them the authority to? And why are people respecting that authority, whatever they say? It's like, you ask the head of the international bankers or whoever it is, like, hey, who gave you the authority to print, and only you and no one else? What are they going to say? The only thing they can say is God.
Yeah, it's money's holy corrupt. I really think, like, if there's any way to keep using money and have it be worth it, and it would be. I thought about this, like, and this could happen. This is my little theory. It's like an app I'm gonna build, right? So, like, I got this app idea, right? This app, what it does is it'll give you let's say 1 million of these dollars, right? So you get this app, and what you'll do is you scan your eye, right? So you scan your eye, and then because it knows that who you are, and you get one amount, so you get $1 million. So you get 1 million of these new dollars. You can call them whatever you want, iris, right? You get these 1 million irises because it's an eye. So, okay, so you get 1 million of these, and everybody who is currently alive right now can have 1 million of these. And there's only 1 million, and that's all there is. And that's how many that there are. The end. And all the people who get that's the only way you can make an actual stable currency. They can't be manipulated and changed and everything, you know, and like it would re-flatten everything out. So all these people with all this money at the top right now, all of a sudden they would only have the amount per their person. That's the only option that I see that would be legitimate. And I also like.
But what about all the stuff that people own? People who are wealthy. I mean, it doesn't take that into account. So they're already leading off with.
True. But as far as currency goes, the currency, everybody would have the same amount. And if you want to trade it all, and if you want to keep that big house, well, you better be willing to pay a lot for it, I guess.
But pay who? The government, bankers, the owner of the app?
Right? Your landlord, the government, whoever, right? Whoever. If we just stopped using money and started using this new currency all of a sudden, then everybody, you and I, would have just as much money as everybody, any other person out there.
I think I think it should be, money should be specific to a locality, and to exchange some of that, it's to profit the area of the locale. For example, like one thing that money does, or a very broad sense of using a certain currency across vast distances, and what we've witnessed is the amount of money taken out of a specific locale, like a town. Like a small town has a lot of small businesses, and that money is usually owned by people who live in that town because they all, own their own little shop. And so whenever they spend, they're pretty much just kind of recirculating that currency within the town. Now, what we've seen in the last couple of decades is these big conglomerate corporations coming into town, like a Walmart, Target, whatever. And they put all the small businesses out because they could just undercut the prices. Now, those corporations are headquartered in another state. So all of that money, you've got a company that has buildings and operations in all 50 states. All that money gets resent towards the headquarters wherever. Maybe they live in New York, so that the headquarters in New York will pretty much have a lot of that money kind of funnel toward them, and they just make sure that the operating expenses are met within that state, within that area. So all the money that's been spent within that town gets recirculated outside of that town, and that money just doesn't circulate within other people, the businesses around there, the towns, and people don't just a lot of that money that gets put in isn't redistributed in a way that helps that community. Just like you were saying with the early church, where the 10% tithe, where that was kind of pooled, like a community pool, to just kind of establish another area where they can redistribute that money into goods, where people will pretty much kind of go in and out, and just kind of there's that surplus that gets incorporated into a small town. Well, so that surplus is gone now because all the money is just funneled outwards towards the headquarters, and so people get strapped as like, okay, so all that money is going to this one corporation that's going outside there, and none of that is being recirculated within a town to create jobs. There's just stagnation within growth as far as jobs. And so what can you do? Your resources just slowly being drained away outside of the town, and it just gets worse. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing a lot of towns and cities just being dying off because all that money is being funneled to more richer states that have more less strict corporate taxes, and I think to set up something where it's locale specific, whether it's by county or by I think that might be easiest. And then within that county is, if anyone who it's kind of like a tariff, where if a lot of resources being exported, well, you just tax all the exports to wherever it's going. So you kind of make up for all the resources that are being exported out. That way you can have that money within that county still being distributed to locality. And that way you can't have these big monopolies across the entire country, much less the globe, or sorry, the plane. The flat plane. You know, so I mean that's just kind of one thing, because that used to be a big thing, you know, back in the 80s, I'd say 80s going into the 90s. It's like we're seeing this big monopolization of big companies taking over smaller mom and pop stores, and a lot of teachers and I don't know what you want to call them, but they would just keep touting, hey, let's not do that. Let's keep the money circulated within these towns and cities, and not have them just kind of funneled out. And if they are, you know, have repercussions of it. And that was kind of like the same problem that they had back in the 13 colonies with interstate commerce and stuff like that. They had to figure these things out, and it just it was one of those things where people had it right, then they made it wrong, and now they can't take it back. And that's the same thing that I stress with the freedoms that we have. Once you give up a freedom, it's hard as hell to take back, because you're giving away your freedom. Now you're reliant on someone else to provide your security. And then if they abuse it, what are you going to do? You don't have that freedom anymore. And so it takes a revolution to get those freedoms back. And that just means more death, more killings, you know, in the long run. When we could figure things out with the freedoms that we have the freedom to think. We have the freedom to try out new things. We have the freedom to change things within a certain area. You know, it's like if it's a problem in an area, the people who are living there know it's a problem. They change things in their own way. It's not like you know, a small town in Alaska does things a certain way and it works because they just have a small town. It doesn't mean it's going to work in New York City.
Yeah. What's that one quote? People who are willing to give up their freedom for security deserve neither freedom nor security.
Yeah, that's Ben Franklin quote.
There you go.
Yeah. Anyways, it's been a great conversation. It's been 4 hours.
Oh wow, 4 hours?
Yeah,
oh my
4
God.
hours. Yeah. But anyways, you guys have a good night. Hopefully you guys come on again, and it doesn't have to be a politics night. It can be about, you know, whatever topic.
Anything.
Yeah. So
anything and everything.
Anything and everything, yeah.
Including dildos.
And strap-ons.
Not limited to.
Memes with Obama bending over with Pac-Man, and all right. And those joining in on chat, thanks for coming in and chatting with each other and to us. You guys are always free to join in, like Brian and Eric and Mir. So, all right. Take it easy, guys.
All right. Bye, everyone. Have a great weekend. Thanks again, Yvonne. Take care.
You too.